Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you somewhere up above your imagination in this nightmare we call the International Fake Station. We've got all kinds of wires and tubes and shit sticking out all over because we're up here doing science. All right. Oh, and don't forget, I got my good friend and co-pilot Something Wong is back here with us. He's making sure the bongs stay packed and that we are flying level across this beautiful stationary plane that we live upon. Huh? All right, sounds good. Well, let's see. We got a lot of people in here tonight already. Let me see. We got 37. Let me look over here on the Rumble side. Let me see. This usually takes a minute to get going. Let me see here. Yeah, it's wanting to give me shit here. Let me see if it. There we are. We're back. I don't have anybody in the chat over there, but it says I got 4 people watching. So hell, that gives us a total of 41 people so far. There's a lot of other shows on tonight. I understand Witzit's doing a thing about how the Earth is a globe tonight. Boy, when the world gets really weird, right? And not to mention, got Ironworks is on. I guess he come on at 9:30. and there's a few other people out there. So you got your choice of a wide variety of good programming out there for you tonight. I'm programming y'all to think for yourselves. We've been going over the Awarenon video that was produced a few years ago called Lost History of Flat Earth. I backed it up a little bit because the one I'm showing is kind of redacted, and it's like there's important information, and so I filled it up on Rumble, and you'll probably see some parts that you have already seen before, but that's all right. I can watch this thing. I could turn around and watch the whole thing again, but we'll be able to see some of the information. So I pulled it up over on there, and if that's a problem, and fuck it, YouTube, make sure you're subscribed to my backup channel in case anything goes wrong. Also, my Rumble channel, you can find me at SSUM369 over there. You should have a link in the description on my channel of both that. You'll want to be subscribed to my Rumble channel, because later this week I'm going to be showing Passion of the Christ. I think it would be interesting to see what the effect is on people. It had a really profound effect on people when it first came out, and some people just haven't seen it, and people that have seen it kind of forgot how powerful of a movie it is. So I'm going to be showing that on Rumble, but we'll start out over here so everybody can find me easier, and then zip on over to that prior to showing that movie. But we're not doing that tonight. Tonight we're doing part 3 of his story. Our history is a lie, and it has to be, man. I've been watching so many of these videos here of shit, and it going into the details of the architect and who built it and how young the guy was, and the people, this was built by a bunch of fucking prisoners. And it's like, how do prisoners know how to make all that shit? Come on, man. Could you just go up to the county jail and say, all right, all you inmates, come on, we're going to go do a work project, and they all know how to build a fucking mansion or some shit? That's just really, really freaking, and build it like in a period of 2 years, flawlessly, just perfect. Well, let's see, what do we got here? Oh, and also tonight is Barbara, Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara's birthday. So everybody wish her a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Barbara. Barbara's been hanging out on my channel for like 3 years now. See, and the problem is because I'm everything your parents ever warned you about. So, what the hell? Let's see who we got here. We got next chapter here. David, aka Logan Freeman. We got Chicago Cubby Bear. What's happening, Chad?
Hey, man, how's it going? Come to finish the job.
Hell yeah, man. Let's see. We got Deborah 53758 is with us. It sounds. Are you an android of some sort or another? Got Make Stupid People Famous. RPV 68. Let's go up here a little bit. Next chapter. Marcy Chan. Heresy Seed. Let's see who else we got. Pebbles something simpler. What's happening, Pebbles? She got a load of what the Talmud teaches on my Facebook page today, and she's like, "Oh my God, do they really believe that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, just they don't want you. That's why you can't talk about them." But anyways, we got Four Jacks, Edwin Johnson, Saddlebaum, Locksmart. Let's see who else we got. Eldon Bean, Smoke and Mirrors, Awesome Town Matt. Where is Awesome Town? Is it anywhere near Funky Town?
From what I've heard, from what he's mentioned before, he's not too far from me.
Oh, okay. So you're in Funky Town.
Not quite.
I want to take you to
Funky Town. That's what I was thinking.
Oh my God. We got the Kung Fu Shaolin is here with us as well. Edwin Johnson. Well, we got a lot of good people in here tonight. Smoke and Mirrors. And if I haven't got to you, let's see, Peg's Place is here as well. So if I haven't got to you, we will get to you. Snowing like a son of a bitch out here tonight. Really, really heavy. Yes, we have snow in space up here in the International Fake Station. No, I'm not shitting, man. And here's the most irritating thing. There's like a local Facebook page, because pretty much most everybody knows everybody anyways. but it's like a town or county-wide Facebook page, and people are like starting to get really tired of people, asking messages, how are the roads to Front Royal? How are the roads to Newmarket? It's like, look, all the fucking roads are bad. Stay off them. Just driveways are bad. Access roads are bad. Everything's fucking bad. Okay, so just stay home.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a bunch tonight too.
We started getting it
Actually all week
this afternoon, and it was just like this real light powder coming down.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about here too. About anywhere from 2 to 7, because that's
we probably got about 2 inches already at least. Maybe not more.
And then we're supposed to get a bunch the rest of the week too. But it's been pretty mild so far, snow wise. It's just been really cold, but whatever. It was bound to happen.
I had to set this sink in vanity today.
Huh.
Oh wow!
And where they had the plumbing coming up is like right in the fucking corner of where the walls meet, instead of over under where the sink and shit would all be at. Because they had it worked with a trap like this going through long ways. I mean, it was ridiculous. Anyway, that's coming up through there. We couldn't change that. So we had to take this vanity, and it's on 4 feet. It's got 4 little feet on it. Ended up having to cut one of the feet right completely off and then level it up and, screw the back end of it into the stud at that point over there. And then, oh my God, what a pain in the ass trying to do that too, because this stuff is made out of some laminated, some composite material.
Yeah.
And it was just coming out like, it looked like ground cinnamon. The sawdust off of it looked like ground cinnamon. And man, that shit was like everywhere. And then trying to get in there to get it just right to where we can have, oh, fuck. And then it was trying to get in that little tiny space and set that thing over those pipes so that it could come up through the inside of the cabinet. I was like, oh, fuck this, man.
That's what I was going to say. If I was any dumber, I'd be a plumber. But I'm just I'm just joking. I used to do maintenance for a hotel, and it's like, man, I hated plumbing.
It's all you got to know to be a plumber's helper is that shit goes down. It's hot's on the left, cold's on the right, and shit rolls downhill. So that's just how it goes.
Yeah.
But no,
I just hate how everything's so close. Like there's no room to do anything ever.
No. And it always ends up something fucking leaking, or it don't match up right, or some kind of shit like that. I can't stand doing plumbing. It's not as bad these days. Everybody uses that PVC and whatnot. Yeah. But I'm just curious to see how long that shit's actually going to last, because copper will last for years and years and years. And now they're not using it. It's also beneficial, the copper, with the vortex of water rolling through those copper pipes. We've seen in what we've been watching about how the importance of these metals and the running water and everything is. It's actually, there's a purpose behind that. It's a purpose that we have copper pipes. And then they go to this PVC. Well, this idea that plastic just lasts forever, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. It does not. It gets brittle and crumbles over age. And I'm wondering how that's going to affect a lot of these new homes that are all fitted up with PVC and
water breaks down everything.
What?
I said water will break down anything over time. I mean, and other things faster than certain things. So.
The thing I found with copper is you start getting little pinhole leaks here and there.
Sure,
over a period of time, like a little, and you can shut off the water, go in there and solder that up, but
right.
After a while, it's sort of like how an old person with their circulatory system gets. They keep getting these little bleeds.
Oh yeah.
They're not getting the vitamin C to repair the areas and tears in the capillaries and shit, and so it starts turning into a problem. Not enough.
Right.
So like I said, I backed this up. I've got it over. So it's actually given us a little bit more, about 2 hours altogether left by doing it this way. And I looked, and you know what they had it cut out for? Because there's segments in there talking about the symbol of gratitude, which happened to be used by a certain country in the 1930s and 40s. And because that country and its leaders have been demonized through more lies of history, people are oversensitive over that symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas it represents a vortex, it also is a symbol of gratitude. And and I think it does point to everything goes around the vortex, everything around the toroid, you know. So I don't know. We'll see what it goes on for that. But and also they were talking about St. Christopher's belt,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That part that was cut out on there, I think we'll see it on here, shows that the pattern in the belt is actually made of that symbol.
Wow.
Have you looked this up on BitChute before? This documentary?
Yeah, I have. I pulled this one off of Rumble.
They had a little bit longer version on BitChute, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's what this one here. It turns out to be 6 hours and 10 minutes.
Okay, they had like an 8-hour one on there, but
Right.
It probably included a couple other things. But we're going to be covering so much with this shit. I'm going to put the link to the Rumble version of this in.
It's just scratching the surface anyway. But
Yeah, because this is enough to get your appetite wet, you know.
Definitely.
Okay, I think it should be good enough for everybody. I put it in the chat if anybody wants to, you know, go over, download it, watch it in full without me stopping from time to time yapping about shit, or the president, you know, making an unexpected visit to the channel.
Right. That was so awesome.
I did see that guy has a channel. He was in
Oh, wow.
something Trump Quest, or I guess is the.
Is that who that is? It's Trump Quest. Okay.
Yeah. But either way, it was a good job. It was just,
everybody who's heard it.
He's made a few rounds on a couple other channels, I think now. But yeah.
Well, I played it at work. I said, Mike, you got to hear this, man.
Yeah.
I said, Donald Trump came on my show. He goes, oh, shut up. You know, I said, no, for real. Listen, I played it. He's like, he was really on your show? No way. You know, and the people that are listening to it are like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's too good. And it's like, that's scary that somebody could imitate somebody that fucking good.
I don't understand, dude.
Because he put some kind of disclaimer, kind of like this is for entertainment purposes only or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but I got to thinking about that. I was like, yeah, you can get in a lot of trouble for impersonating somebody, especially if it's the president.
Well, you know, I don't know as you could really get in any trouble from it, but I'll tell you what, it sure did throw a lot of confusion.
Sure.
Now that I know that it's just that it is somebody that does this,
but like,
because I was second guessing myself. I'm like, you know, because I'm like, there ain't no way Donald Trump go on my random fucking YouTube channel, you know, and then I'm like, I don't know, maybe he does. You know, he's been known to do things that are just kind of like not expected. Nobody expected him to go start working at fucking McDonald's. You know, I mean, he's a showman. He's a showman, you know, and that would be one of the things he does. But that's good to know because I was like, you know, but people have asked, you know, well, if it really was the president, do you think you'd have been as off the cuff as, you know, as you are? And I say, absolutely.
Well, he hasn't given away the, you know, that he's actually not per se on his channel, but at the same time, you know.
Yeah, it would be a good way you could, if you were in that position where you could, you know, let off some steam and shit without really getting in trouble about it, you know.
He's only got a couple of videos, but I think they're like prior to the election, but they're pretty funny too.
He doesn't show himself on camera though.
No, he still does the whole or whatever, you know. I mean, maybe it is him. I don't know, but I'm just saying that.
It's Baron. It's Baron from another timeline. He's doing it. Maybe Baron is Donald Trump from another timeline. I don't know. You know?
There's been stories.
Well, that shit about the books.
That's right.
Now, it gets even weirder now with more modern times. So this author's name was Ingersoll Lockwood. And I thought that's really a weird fucking name, Ingersoll. What is that, right? Anyway, Ingersoll Lockwood, and he wrote these books about little Baron Trump.
Yeah. And
one called The Last President, where he comes to the future, and the president's name is President Pence. And we had President Pence.
Right.
But here's the newest thing. If you go in now and look for it, Ingersoll Lockwood, you can get to a site, I think IngersollLockwood.com, and they're the people that are setting up the fucking World's Fair that Trump's been talking about putting in. And I'm like, what?
What are the odds, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like pretty soon it's sort of like, all right, who's writing this shit, man? You need to get some variety or some fresh air or something. It's like what Lunch Break points out. He's like, you look at this, we got like 5 different people named Charles just within the building of this, architecture and everything.
Yeah.
And here's the instance that almost like AI did it,
Right.
Yeah. I watched this thing a couple nights ago. I think it was Trump. He was watching Kamala Harris, one of her speeches prior to the election, and he showed like his team of people that do all his texting or his posting for Truth Social. So he's got a team of people that does all it.
Sure.
People out there think that he's sitting there typing all this shit out. It's like, you're crazy.
No, I've said that for years. I'm like, all right. You see the amount of tweets this guy puts out.
Yeah.
How many times do you ever see him walking around in public or in any
With
of the
his
camera
phone,
shots with a phone even in his fucking hand?
Yeah.
He's not.
It's the same way with these people when they make these stage events like Biden or somebody. They go to the gas station, they pull out a credit card, probably ain't even a credit card, it's probably a prepaid card, and they go pay for something like they're a normal person. It's like, yeah. Right.
Well, see, and here's the thing: like back in long time ago, people didn't really even know what the president looked like outside of seeing drawings of him.
Yeah.
And so Abraham Lincoln, he's in the White House, and this young reporter, he hasn't been in office long, and this young reporter goes to meet him. Now, Lincoln was also kind of uncouth. He was rude. He was crass. He was considered a vulgar man, not a gentleman. Okay. And this young reporter from the Washington Post went to meet the president, to interview the president. And he's there at the White House, and he's waiting in the lobby downstairs. And from the residential area down the steps, Lincoln comes, and he's wearing a tattered yellow nightshirt and a sleeping cap. Now, Lincoln was a really bizarre looking man. He was really bizarre looking. He was kind of morphed. He had these gangly looking limbs, big hands, his knobby knees and shit.
And a vampire.
He had like he had a greenish yellow complexion. Well, he come down those steps, and this reporter got a load of him. And, surely the president wouldn't come down wearing just a nightshirt and a nightcap, and this guy thought he was a fucking ghost and ran screaming out of the White House. He ran out of the White House in a panic, screaming, thinking that Lincoln was a ghost. So today, somebody would, I know what he looks like. I see him on TV or I see pictures in the newspaper, blah, 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 blah. But before any of that, people, they really didn't know outside of a drawing or a sketch who these people were. They wouldn't even recognize them on the street. And that was even up to the point when Harry Truman was president. I mean, this guy, he'd sneak away from his Secret Service detail and like just go for a walk and stop in at a barber shop or some shit and just talk to people. And sooner or later somebody recognized who he was and everything, but he was just out there trying to get a feel of what the public's thinking. What are they talking about? What are they saying?
Yeah.
Can't get away with that now. Well, of course, Bill Clinton, he dodged his security team a lot of times, but that was for other reasons. Cocaine and hookers. Cocaine and hookers. That's all they needed to keep that boy satisfied, and he was a good puppet then. That's all you had to do. Underage girls and cocaine. And his brother Roger was a party animal.
Yeah, I know.
This bartender, when I worked up on the mountain at Skyland, the bartender there, this girl Jill, she was from Hot Springs, Arkansas, which is where the Clintons are from, not Hope, Hot Springs. And she said she'd been to a lot of parties where Roger was in there, man, and he's just buck ass wild, man. He'd show up with just a load of cocaine and be sniffing it off all the chicks' asses and off their titties and everything else, just going buck ass wild and everything. And he could get away with all this shit. The cops wouldn't come and bust up the parties or nothing because he was the governor's brother.
And Hillary was just like his business partner. kind of like Big Mike and stuff.
Well, it seems like there's a theme with that every so you got to have this president with this brother who's just a reprobate, you know, because remember Jimmy Carter?
That was before my time, but I know about him. Yeah.
So Jimmy Carter, who was a peanut farmer from Georgia, he ended up being the governor of Georgia.
Right.
Poor bastard looked like he could eat corn on the cob through a picket fence. I mean, had these teeth, oh my word in heaven. Anyway, he had a brother named Billy, and Billy had been known to be drunk, and you know, Billy made his own beer, and they even marketed the beer called Billy Beer. And he was kind of like a cult icon in a way, you know, because he was real redneck hillbilly-ish and shit.
Yeah.
But that whole family was there was scandal there that you don't really hear about these days, because I think it was he did. Okay, so Jimmy Carter, he did an interview with Playboy magazine. Now this was unheard of for a president to do a interview in a magazine that was pornography. Oh my God, right? And in the interview, he admitted that he had at times he had lusted in his heart because he was professing to be a Christian, you know. And that was something, oh my God, the president, he lusted in his heart and all kinds of jokes and shit like that. Well, to make matters worse, his sister was an evangelical minister. And she's the one that baptized and saved Larry Flint, who then, after becoming baptized and saved, immediately did a pornographic spread depicting this naked broad as the Christ on a cross. I mean, totally blasphemous.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Old Hot Wheels, Larry.
Yeah.
Wow.
Larry Flint. Good old Larry Flint. You ever get a chance to see the movie? It is a good study on First Amendment, you know, and how far does the First Amendment go? But if you haven't ever seen the movie The People versus Larry Flint,
Yeah, I've seen that.
with Woody Harrelson plays Larry Flint, it's pretty good. Courtney Love plays his wife.
All right.
So she's I don't think she really had to act.
God rest her soul, right?
Yeah, right. Did she have one, for crying out loud?
Right.
Right. Well, I say we get on to this movie, man.
Sure thing.
Say about it. I'm gonna bring it up right here in this one.
Awesomeness.
That way we
retains the name philosophical mercury. It is the first-class matter or compound, which requires only a gradual cooking process to transform itself first into red sulfur, then into elixir, and then, in the third time, into the universal medicine. As Falconelli makes clear, transforming pure mercury into a red sulfurous state is the first step. And as mentioned previously, cinnabar or mercury sulfide is red. And as we see here on representations of St. Christopher's robes, he wears one half grey to indicate mercury and another half red, which is indicative of the red sulfur. It is the transformed state of mercury that allows the gold, here represented as Christ, to achieve its full potential, or, to keep it consistent with the legend, to reach the masses. What Falconelli is actually telling us is that in able to distribute this clean electromagnetic energy via golden orbed finials or antennas, a special kind of mercury had to be present. This is what was contained within the vessels and engines.
You're muted, Saf.
just real quick, I want to show you all something. I'm going to put me up full screen for a second.
Okay.
All right.
People were asking to blow up the video a little bit too.
To what?
To open the video up more, make it bigger on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, hey, look at me. I'm rookie night. This right here. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's cinnabar.
Oh, wow.
It's cinnabar.
Cool.
And I have another piece.
Cinnabar.
Yep.
Cool.
Right here.
What?
So that red, those red crystals,
Yeah.
that's cinnabar.
Nice.
So what would happen if you would put mercury over the top of that crystal?
I don't know. Might fuck it up. I don't want to do it.
No,
I
like
I have mercury. I could.
just to
I
see
have
if it made a
mercury.
reaction. Or what would happen if you got red sulfur and put with mercury?
Where do I get red sulfur at? That's where I
Like
got
from the hardware store for plants, red sulfur, just
Oh,
red.
okay.
Yeah. Just like a little small, maybe an ounce or two of it, and just kind of mix a teaspoon at the end of mercury and see if there's a reaction.
There's that. Better quit bitching. I'm just kidding.
Awesome sauce.
Jeez. Oh no. Witsit just went live.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
know,
hope
we
he's
put a
happy with his
coalition together.
newfound. I hope he's happy with his newfound fortunes and
Yeah, have fun.
cardia and everything. But I'm sorry, man. I got to keep it real. I'm not convinced of anything about this place being the Luciferian result. I mean, these people are going, oh yeah, the healing, it's got to be that, and they don't realize that no, you don't have a working model because you have physical impossibilities right from the get-go, right from the inception of it. So no, you don't have a working model. You have a model, but that's not of what's actually going on. So, however you want to look at it, it's an impossible model. That's the only thing I can put to it. I can make a model of a really cool looking aircraft or whatever, but does that mean it really flies and shit? No, it doesn't.
Stick it where the sun don't shine.
That's
You can't go to Union Glacier.
That's right. That's right.
I'll tell you what, that there again, it's like, okay, so we're looking at things in the sky again.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest contention I've got with the whole thing is the fact that it was corrupted right off the bat.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, right from the get-go, there was deception involved.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I can't trust anything that came out of that, especially given I read people and the way the reactions of those guys before right off the bat, not, hey, I understand where you guys are coming from. Let's go through this one by one. Let me see if I can explain some shit. No. They're going to fly right off the handle.
Yes.
They're calling everybody retards and shit like that. And I'm like,
Right.
come on, man. We're doing exactly what you would do if you hadn't have been a participant in this ridiculous.
Yep.
That's
Exactly.
right.
So,
And you had plenty of time to get everything straight and
Oh.
before you went, you had plenty
Yeah.
of time. It's like you should have had a backup plan for the backup plan for the backup plan. You got all these people, and you're funding off flat earthers. That's the other thing.
yeah.
They would have been tripping over truth instead of fallacies, though. It'd have been like, no question, and you know this, though, Sav, you know it.
Oh my God, look here.
It'd just be hand over fist.
Heron Sung said
Yeah, I
you should
bet.
see the chat and Witsit's lives. He's getting slaughtered.
I don't even want to
Wow.
go there.
Yeah, I'm not
I was
interested.
kinda-
It's like, look, you had the ball, you fucking you fumbled, and sorry, man. Just based on what I've seen come out of you, I'm not interested in anything you got to say from this point on.
The internet works quick. I'll hear all about it from somebody else.
Oh yeah.
I don't need to go there anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, how'd you like the thumbnail for tonight?
Oh,
Did you all happen to check that out?
No, I didn't.
I'll bring
I
it
just
up.
kind of looked at it and clicked it.
I'll bring it up real quick.
yeah.
This is a place. Let me just stop that screen and present this. This is a place I used to go. This was in my town in Germany.
Nice.
And this was in Höchst, which if you're standing right there, off to your left That wall on the left right there, it continues on down, and then it's all part of an old Roman fortress, or that's what we're told anyway. And all the way, and then so the river, the Main River, which is it runs into the Rhine River, is right there on your left-hand side. And then the rest of the town of Herx is to your right. Now, when you go, that bridge is going over a moat, which is dry now. There's no water in it, but there's all kinds of plants and like a botanical garden down there. This place is really cool. What I found out later, that this was laid under siege at one time by Charlemagne. And this original palace was destroyed. And this is like back in the 1200, some shit like that. This here, though, this, as you can tell, this is that same architecture. This is that same architecture. Look at that shit.
Yep. It's got the horseshoe.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is really a neat place. Let me see. I think this. Yeah. There's okay. So the moat is down there through the gate, between this gate and where you're standing at.
That's cool.
And that's another place. It's just about maybe a half a mile from it. This is called the Bolingaro Palace. Wow. And look at that. It was built, they say, in 17 something. I forget.
Oh my goodness.
How old is that Mimsland Inn that is close by you there?
1933.
1933.
Now, the house that sat where it's at right now was moved. And it sets over like a street over on Court Square, but down a hill too, down a really kind of a steep hill, almost into a hole. It's like it'd be what a terrible place to move it to. But yeah, 1933, Eleanor Roosevelt used to stay there.
Oh, okay. You know, you guys were asking, or somebody was, about them star forts and like the angles, what the angles of the star forts. I had seen something. I can't remember. It was Michelle Gibson, maybe. Anyway, she had kind of explained it like it was so the shooters they'd put the towers on the corner there, and then the shooters there would be no dead zone behind that little angle right there behind where the towers sat. I'd have to show you a picture or whatever, but
now this right here, this is as you're coming up from the river, walking up to that Bolingaro Palace. And it's got this really cool dragon fountain right here. And then this is unique how they have all these different colored stones.
Look, it's red and white, y'all.
Yeah.
Power.
Well, that's evident on let me go back. You see it right here?
Cool. Yep.
You see it here?
Yep.
And here,
and up there.
it's right next to the river. Right
Whoa.
next to the river.
Yeah.
Whoa.
See right here on the shutters?
Oh, look. That's amazing.
And it's pretty cool. In this wall, this huge wall that's goes around the place. Yeah. Outside, there's like these cubbies in the wall, and there's statues like that in the little cubbies. It's really cool. Yeah, it's such a neat place. There's so much. I mean, it's like living in a storybook world or something when you're walking around down there. It's like what you see out of a Grimm's fairy tale or some shit.
It's like the structure's kind of it's got a life to it.
Yeah. I would go down at night and sit and just look at that place because it's all cobblestone everywhere. It's just all cobblestone, no cars. And I'd sit down on a bench or put my back up against a tree and just sit there and look at it because it was illuminated. They had lights that kept it lit up at night. And I would sit there and just look at that thing all night.
I bet you that's amazing looking too.
There's Taking Back Eden. What's happening, brother?
Hey.
All right. Good, amazing that you're having the stream. Thank you. And hope all you guys.
Yeah, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. I just left Austin's stream. He's not a Glober.
No.
I don't think.
No. That was just
I figured it was clickbait.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
Sarcastic.
Yeah, that's good to see. And thank you so much again, Sav.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No problem. Thanks for being here. Marcy Chan says that she's talking about the President Trump coming on the show.
Yeah.
Man, I sent that to my friend in Fredericksburg. I said, dude, I had President Trump came on my show last night. And he's like, no way. I said, yeah, listen, I sent him the clipped version of it. And within a couple minutes, he's going, holy shit, man. You need to get him on more often, man. We could get he said, I'm like, do you really think it's him? He says, man, it would have to be. It would have to be. And I'm like, I'm second guessing myself, but Chad said that it's a guy called
Trump Quest.
Yeah,
if you
Trump
go into
Quest.
your comments under that video, you'll see it.
Okay. All right.
That was funny, though. Trump would like you. I'm sure he would be a fan of you for sure, Sav.
You think?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Well, and I don't, if you don't want to know, don't ask. That's the kind of guy, that's how I am. I mean, I try not to hurt nobody's feelings, but I mean, I'm pretty frank to the point, if you don't want to know, don't ask.
That's right.
So, how do you feel about that? Well, I think that's a really terrible idea, Don. I really do. I think you could do so much more. You want to build up a great city or build up a great area and stuff. How about the people in North Carolina? Why don't we rebuild that? How about the Lahaina? How about Paradise? How about fucking LA? All these other places, Wyoming, all these places that have been fucked up with whatever, right?
Absolutely.
I don't give a shit.
Awesome.
Gaza, have the people that fucked up, whoever fucked up Gaza can fix that.
Yeah.
Speaking
of which, it doesn't sound like they're going to be done if they go back in on his mandate for Saturday.
Yeah, I think I told him, I says, and I think that the perpetrators of this shit should be brought before a world court.
Yes.
Something he said something he said not that long ago, but he brought up when they had the ceasefire, he's like, well, what the heck was it? He said, we'll go back in there after we're finished fighting. And that was during the ceasefire. It's like, what do you mean when you're finished fighting?
You got a lot of noise, Stinky Cash.
You hitting a bonk?
No, he's driving in a car.
Yeah, I know.
Skydiving.
All right, I'm gonna mute him. Okay, he muted himself. All right. Welcome, Stinky Cash. He's driving somewhere. And I liked your video on the guys in the sauna. Oh my God. Those people annoy the fuck out of me, man. The ones I'm talking about, little hat people.
Yeah.
Yeah. You raised a great point, though, Sav. Imagine if he put his real estate prowess to the United States.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I mean, and even I told him, I says, even your building's a nice building and everything, but it pales in comparison to any of this. Why don't we bring this back? Why don't we start doing this shit?
And it's like, how do you take any of them serious? It's like we got work here that needs to be done. It's like, forget anything else until you get that squared away.
Yes. That's right.
Oh no, I never got an apology from her. No, she's not ever going to apologize for that, and I wouldn't expect her to. I know she was playing her part, man. That's all. Stinky Cash fell out again. Shit.
Sound like he was falling out.
Well, his thing's still back here, but it's like there's no thing where I can bring him up or anything. It's just he's having technographical difficulties. I always wondered.
And it is likely that it was this unique mercury that enabled the extraction of the ethereal energy from above in the first place. Perhaps it is just a coincidence, if you believe in such a thing, but it is interesting that many of the smaller vessel-like relics we see have markings inside the containers that are red, perhaps a homage to the substance they once contained. Now I know what you want to say. Come on, you are turning a molehill into a mountain. You're basing this off a few passages from the ramblings of a Masonic deceiver. How do we really know that those of the old world were the alchemists of old, and that mercury was central to their advanced technology. Bear with me. I will expose this so-called Falconelli for the Masonic deceiver he is further down the line. But, like I said before, there are many half-truths here that we can extract. And you must ask, why this cryptic text about the mystery of the cathedrals focuses primarily on explaining the structures and
RPB, apparently it's the amalgamation of red sulfur and mercury is what makes it. Something about having to cook it down or some shit like that. Probably something if you breathe the fumes, it'll kill you. Oh, right on, Stinky Cash. All right, bro. I understand.
their symbolism in alchemical terms. For you see, St. Christopher is not the only symbolic expression of Mercury and gold's relationship. Like with their adoration of sound and water, the old world expressed this alchemical relationship in many symbols. In fact, the symbols were so prevalent that the enemy had to appropriate them and use them as weapons of control and deceit. Otherwise, the great reset of the 19th century would have failed. The enemy's genius stems from its appropriation, redesignation, and deliberate obscuring of symbols, to the point where tracing the history and true meaning of one symbol in particular becomes a monumental feat. The abundance of lions and eagles we see throughout the old world, primarily in the form of statues, relates to the elements of gold and mercury. As Falconelli states,
Griffin.
The lion is the sign of gold. It represents a terrestrial and fixed force, while the eagle represents the airy and volatile force, or the mercury. When the two champions come together, they attack, repel, and tear each other apart with energy, until the antagonists become one body, the animated mercury. The fusion of the fixed gold and the volatile mercury create the griffin, in which the lion, or the gold, represented the fixed, basic part of the compound, which in contact with the adverse volatility loses the best part of itself, the part that has characterized its shape, that is, in hieroglyphic language, the head. And like the lion and eagle, we see the griffin everywhere in the old world. Like St. Christopher, the griffin is symbolic of the alchemical concoction and combination of mercury and gold that powered the old world's technology. The symbolic association of animals and beasts with alchemy has been eradicated from history, primarily due to the appropriation of these animals as heraldic symbols of royalty and nobility. These are the animals that adorn national imperial seals.
Look at all the griffins, man. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of instances of griffins. Here you got the lion and the eagle on the left. And, you know, I mean, here's a griffin here within this whole little framework here. This is amazing.
As we see attributed.
Oh, I saw the holy hand grenade of Antioch too.
To the Roman Empire, the British Imperial Empire, the United States, and so on. An act of post-colonial domination over the old world. The appropriation of its symbolism and eradication of its history through falsified narrative. Furthermore, the chemical, alchemical, and cosmological symbol used to represent Mercury is immediately recognizable for its conflation of two of the most widely used symbols throughout history and culture. That is, the cross and the crescent moon. It is openly acknowledged that at one point, all religious symbolism predated its current religious use and application, and belonged to another culture and represented something different during different historical eras.
Deborah, it's not flat, it's level. The Earth is a level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Technographicals.
But just because this is openly declared does not mean it makes any sense. Were our historical ancestors and their own historical ancestors really that uninspired that they needed to recycle already established symbols? Or are we not being told the truth once again?
See, that's also male and female. Male is the upward triangle, female is the downward triangle. Okay, even it's the phallus and the chalice, if you will. And it's even, when you see stripes on the arms of a soldier's arm, those are the chevrons, are the symbol of male. Now, this is what I think is really interesting, because in the British military, the other way. Same thing with the Air Force, which are the feminine. Those are the feminine sign. So whoever has the more penises or the more vaginas on his arm is the winner, I guess. That's how that works. How you doing there, Buttered Biscuits?
Good, man. Long time no see. How you been?
Hey, real good, real good.
I really enjoyed Trump the other day. That was good.
Wasn't that wild? Yeah.
That was pretty wild, yeah. It's pretty good.
That had me going, man. Had me going. I was like, come on, this can't be. No way. Anyway, we better get going with this here.
The conflation of Christian and Islamic symbolism and culture is so prevalent across our realm that upon closer inspection, it begins to appear quite absurd.
Wow.
If we are to believe the official historical narrative, that is. If we believe the narrative of the Crusades and Ottoman Habsburg Wars, of the continual warring between West and East, then the presence of the crescent symbolism displayed on many so-called medieval European coats of arms and crests indeed makes no sense. Perhaps this is just more cultural appropriation, but the narrative becomes very unconvincing when we turn our attention to the structures themselves. Why was the Hagia Sophia Holy Grand Mosque originally constructed as the Church of Hagia Sophia by the so-called Roman Empire? It remained a church, we are told, for almost 1,000 years. Its 4 minarets were constructed after the Ottoman Empire took the region. But look at its original design. It does not resemble a traditional cathedral whatsoever. And we see this over and over again. The Cathedral of Cordoba in Spain, originally erected as a mosque in the 8th century, and then converted to a cathedral in the 13th century. We see right here the conflation of both styles of East and West. Interestingly, the structure also features the red and white striped arches, indicative of power stations that we find throughout so many impossible structures. And even without their unconvincing narratives of structures passing between cultures, we still see the presence of both styles in many structures that do not have this narrative attached to them. St. Mark's Basilica And the Doge's Palace in Venice look extremely Eastern, as does the Brighton Pavilion in England.
What?
These structures were impossible for all of those, East and West, in the official narrative, unless they had advanced technology, which the narrative tells us they did not. The official narrative tells us tales of architects being inspired and influenced by the structures of East and West alike. But remember, at the time these structures were built, the people didn't have accessible transportation. Journeying between continents and countries took weeks, and they had no cameras to document the structures in order to be able to replicate them with such accuracy in the first place. Why don't synagogues have their own unique particular style, like mosques and cathedrals? We see this fusion of architectural style everywhere. We see water pumping stations that resemble cathedrals. We see water towers that resemble castle turrets.
Wow.
We see cathedrals that also resemble official government buildings. All these structures belong to one whole, unified civilization. That's why we find so many ruined cathedrals in the Middle East. They were destroyed and ruined during the Great Reset and after to solidify the falsified narrative. That's why we see the crescent moon in old 19th century photographs in areas it should not be. This is Brazil. Look closer. Even today, Brazil's Muslim population comprises a total of 1% of the country. So why is this crescent present at the top of one of these antennas in the 19th century? Why is it present in San Francisco in 1905? Why do we see many structural antennas composed of both the cross and crescent moon? In many of the old photographs, we see many structures without any religious symbolism, but just standard antennas. And what about all the unusual antennas we see? Many of the antennas functioned as symmetrical instruments to enhance ether extraction and to transmit energy to other antennas. They were never signs of different religious factions in the old world. They were most likely later designated these meanings to fracture the unification of the old world and its understanding of God.
How'd you like to be on the crew to put those fucking things up on the top of those, man?
No, forget about that.
No.
It's just mind blowing.
Climb up here on this dome, on this chocolate chip looking fucking thing, and glue this thing up on there for me. He's like, no,
I'm good.
No, you go up there. You want it up there that fucking bad, you do it, you know?
They never put that on any of those shows that like extreme, those like extreme builder shows, and none of this type of stuff, do they?
Oh, no.
Because they can't figure it out.
No, they have no idea. The art for the how that shit was done, I think it's been lost. At least you might be able to find books on it, or you know, some kind of writing someplace it would depict it. But as far as any kind of skilled craftsman that can do that shit these days, no chance. No way.
Wouldn't you say back in the day that wouldn't even be a question? It'd be like, oh, no problem. I'll just use the repulse magnetron desulfifier.
Well, here's the thing, though. You got to figure with all these different structures, there must have been a lot of people that knew how to do this shit.
Yeah, they had anti-gravitics, probably.
You got to figure in all the manpower that would be involved, you know, the logistics, all the logistics involved, you know, getting the materials there.
Yeah.
You know, how do you take away all the, you're going to have to take away all the scrap. Are you carving the blocks and shit on site?
Even animals
with laser precision. Yeah. Don't forget that one.
Yeah.
I'm sure they even had to use animals.
You know, the number of bricks and some of these things that they would need, you know, millions and millions of fucking bricks. And this is like, supposedly in the 1800s or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck? How are you making so many bricks? You know,
the columns in Athens they stand like 60 something feet tall, and they're 360 tons, and they're one solid piece of granite. Yeah.
See, that's insane.
Even the mainstream narrative admits that it was not until the 19th century that the crescent moon even became associated with the Ottoman Empire. And it wasn't until 1950 that the symbol became the emblem of Islam. The symbols of the crescent and cross are much more complex than most realize. In the context of the antennas, they are likely a symbolic homage to the alchemical mercury that made them function in the first place. But the crescent and cross also have broader implications that are related to the holy, energetic, and ethereal workings of our realm. We will be returning to these symbols later. This is not meant to discredit the meaning of these symbols today. Symbols evolve over time, but this evolution was carefully orchestrated by our controllers. It is also not to discredit God, and this point is crucial. I understand that much of this may trigger some people, but it is imperative to understand that religion, in an institutional sense, was created by our controllers as a means of control. Many religious organizations today are corrupt and use religion as a front when their true allegiance lies with the psychopathic controllers of our realm. Religion was an essential tool of deception to justify the old world's infrastructure. Religion is not synonymous with an understanding of God, faith, and prayer. And it is also not to discredit the life of the Son of God. No, and this is crucial, and you will see why later in our journey. And in many a sense, this is what Christ tried to teach people, to see through the deception and manipulation. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. You see, the scriptures are more accurate than most understand. They are at once historical accounts, instruction manuals for living, and sacred texts of prophecy. There are a handful of texts that are so important that the enemy has been desperately trying to steer people away from them in recent times. And you will see why this is of utmost importance later in our journey. Stay with me, the best is yet to come. And it doesn't end there. The basis for the alchemical symbol of mercury, we are told, was a caduceus. And we see the caduceus throughout the remains of the old world. Another symbol appropriated by the enemy, adorning many coat of arms and adopted by centralized, corrupted medical industries that have been responsible for mass crimes against humanity that continues today. It is not a coincidence that the same mercury that the symbol represented is injected into humans via vaccines to disrupt their entire methylation cycle, resulting in widespread autism and a whole host of neurological and metabolic disorders. The caduceus illustrates clearly how both Roman and ancient Greek mythology serve the enemy as a tool of deception. In Roman mythology, the caduceus staff was carried in the left hand of the god Mercury. The Roman Mercury was the god of financial gain, commerce, communication, and messages. In Greek mythology, the staff is carried by Hermes. Hermes was the god of travelers, merchants, and commerce. The fabricated mythologies allowed the enemy to obscure the caduceus's true association with the elemental mercury, while also permitting them the usual sick, hiding in plain sight mocking ritual by linking their medical industries with the god of financial gain and commerce. As Falconelli writes,
Wow.
Hang on, that is pretty coincidental, isn't it?
Awesome.
You know, that the god of commerce, the staff carried by the god of commerce and trade is used by the medical industry. That's interesting.
So to this day, my ex-wife, when she was sworn in, there is a some type of quote or swearing in, and it's to Mercury.
Over here.
Yeah. Yes, and it's like some type of, you know how you swear in a night? It's kind of like that when you get your medical license. You have to do it. It's weird.
Yeah. Also, have you guys heard about what they did with the Hippocratic Oath?
They don't do it no more.
Yeah. So since ancient times, the father of medicine, they say Hippocrates, he formulated an ethics code and put it into the Hippocratic Oath. And essentially it was do no harm. Right, they would protect whoever they were looking for. But in 1977, a man named John Lasagna at Tufts University in America, they created a new modernized Hippocratic Oath, and literally in the very middle, it's now says they can take a life. So it went from do no harm to take a life.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
You can check this out. You just go to PBS. Yeah.
Little nuances here and there.
Yeah, little incremental shit. It's like a cat or a snake sneaking up on a bird. Little imperceptible movements until it's finally within striking distance, and that's what they keep doing.
Yep, that's it.
I think isn't it David Icke that calls it the totalitarian tiptoe?
Oh yeah, and it's had dangerous effects, because I was actually just debating this with a Globe Defender the other day. I shared him recent 2013-2016 study that showed that seeking medical attention in the United States was the third leading cause of death.
Yes.
It was concluded by Johns Hopkins University.
Yeah.
Of course.
Unbelievable.
We had a doctor here in Luray that man, this guy, he actually amputated the wrong leg off of somebody.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and he's still practicing. Now, I don't know if he is anymore. I think he was selling a lot of pills.
No regrets.
That way. That's what I heard. Yeah, there's no regrets. Exactly. I just watched that movie a few weeks ago again.
That's a good one.
So no regrets, huh?
HIPAA is another Mandela, isn't it?
Oh my God.
What?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you do have to visit a doctor, in my opinion, just pray that it is a doctor or nurse that will care for you and give you the best. And even if pray that they're a Christian.
I don't go
That's
to
just my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I know it's when it's my time to go, it's my time to go. You know, it's
yeah.
There ain't no amount of doctors are going to stave off death. Now it's different, like a trauma situation or something like that. You know, your legs busted open or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, hey, great, they can do remarkable things.
That's right.
However, this idea of health care is ridiculous to me. Okay. Now these people are already money hungry. You know they're money hungry because you look at your bill. I don't know what it is now. I haven't been in years. I don't even remember what the inside of a doctor's office even looks like halfway. But you get your little bill and they charge you like $1 for every fucking cotton swab they use.
Right.
And I mean it's ridiculous. Okay. So that they're in it for the money to begin with.
Yeah, your customers, not patients.
Exactly. Exactly. So is it in their, to me, I'm looking at it like, is it in their best interest to make me well?
That's right.
No, it's in their best interest to have me coming back. Now, I might not see that as very bad because I only spend a certain amount of money. It's only a certain amount because you have a copay and you have insurance.
Yes.
But nevertheless, somebody's making a lot of money. So this tells me this is their primary reason for being in there, So when it comes down to it, we're all going home when it's our time. That's all.
Mhm.
Nothing's going to stop that. Nothing. And it's inevitable. And to fear it is ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as fearing that the sun will rise tomorrow. It's going to. Okay, so get off of that. So no amount of doctors can stave that off, you know. And as far as, you know, like all the things you can have and the toys and shit you can have in your life and the possessions and the earthly things, you're not taking none of that with you.
That's right.
You know, and even worrying about who gets it when you do die is kind of stupid too. It's like, whatever, y'all fight for it. I don't give a fuck. I'll be out of here. You know,
Totally.
yeah. I mean, and it's kind of like that. You come in with nothing, you go out with nothing. But this has all been a really cool experience. You know,
Definitely. And just think what the creator has in store for us in the afterlife if we accept his invitation.
Well, that's exactly it. I'm like, this is so crazy because I was talking about this with the dude at work today. I was like, all right, so, you know, I said, I'm not avidly looking. Yeah, why so many griffins? I think it has something to do with that. And maybe I think griffins actually do exist. Maybe. I don't know. We'll get into that, definitely. But what was I saying?
Anybody else been having a lot of deaths in your families and friends lately too? Or is it just me? I have another funeral to go to on Saturday.
I've been pretty fortunate on that end, not lately.
No, same
I've
here.
had 3 this month. Like,
oh man,
yeah.
Well, I have been noting though that there's like a lot of people from mid to late 70s classes from my high school. I'm seeing a lot of them come up on Facebook that, you know.
Did you freeze up, Soft?
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh, crap.
I thought it was mine.
Yeah, for a second.
Downs at mine.
They got him. They got him. He's getting closer to the target.
Yep.
Here we go. I'm back. Good. Okay.
Hey, there he is.
I don't know, man. I was having a little freak out session here. It looks like my internet connection is unstable. It's showing up here for right now. But so
I thought Trump
Scott was having a Diddy party.
Yeah, they sent the Secret Service after my ass.
Doge is right at your door.
Yeah, Elon's out there hanging out. Want to go for a rocket ship ride? Fuck no, I do not want to go for a rocket ship ride. I have no interest in getting on something like that. I see what happens to most of them. It's like I told that Trump dude, I was like, think about it, man. If that many percentage of jets blew up when they flew, nobody would be allowed to fly.
Right.
That's right. Very good point on
it's
that.
Not something Wong approved.
No.
My goodness.
We took a balloon up here. Well, he calls it a baroon, you know, but hey.
A spy balloon.
Yeah. That's what we took up here. Anyway. My other thought will come to my head. Or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see.
The snake indicates the incisive and dissolving nature of Mercury. This reptile is the aspect of Mercury in its first state, and the golden wand is a corporeal sulfur added to it. It is the philosophical Mercury and the caduceus as its symbol. Not only does the caduceus represent the Mercury elixir essential for the transmission of electromagnetic energy, but the dueling snakes form a spiral coil, representative of the energy pathway and the vortex. The rod represents the gold and sulfur, but it is also reminiscent of the antennas themselves. And just as the mythologies hide in plain sight, the wings here represent the connection, the communication, the messages, the signals between antennas in the electromagnetic grid, and also the connection between the antennas and the ether itself. After all, the Roman god Mercury was known as the messenger of the gods. And it's
Isn't that what FTD Florists use that thing too, doesn't it? Where have I seen that on a brand name? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, okay. Oh, have you ever seen this dude like on a brand name of something?
Yeah, I think I have.
I think it's FTD Florists.
Yes,
Maybe,
it sure
yeah.
is. It sure is.
Red Wing shoes. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Yeah. Red Wing shoes. That's pretty cool. So I guess he can fly. No, he had that. That's the speed. Those wings are representative of the speed.
It's hiding in plain sight throughout alchemical art and illustration. We see the eagle and the lion. We see the caduceus. And we see similar geometries and objects that adorn the top of the old world structures. And yet it is still difficult to imagine the energy grid. And even more difficult to imagine is the level of labor required to remove all the engines and vessels, to destroy and hide enough of the old world, and to begin rewriting history in order for the Great Reset to have been a success. What we are seeing in the 19th and early 20th century is the final stages of the reset. There was a transitory period, and like any transition phase, the period still utilized some of the old world's technology that it was trying to phase out. And like I said, the enemy is lazy. They really should have done away with these photographs and footage. Look.
Moon Park.
Whoa. Most of these images were taken during the world's fairs of the 19th century and at the turn of the 20th century. Any electrician will testify to just how impossible illumination in this time period and on this scale would be. What an absolute nightmare to wire. But they didn't need complex wiring, did they? How did they have moving sidewalks during this period? We also see this technology on display in the burgeoning American amusement parks of the early 20th century. There is a reason they called them electric parks. In fact, the reference to electricity can be found everywhere amongst repurposed old world sites, even in the unlikeliest of places. Even in this transition phase of the reset, these environments look glorious. This is with most of the water grid already destroyed. Just imagine what they were able to achieve. So many of the major symbolic icons of our time can be traced back to the mercury that made this electromagnetic, technological old world possible in the first place. Interestingly, in his reading of Aquarius, or St. Christopher, as a mercurial carrier, Falconelli takes his Masonic trickery of half-truths and deceptions to the limit. He begins discussing Aquarius's belt as depicted by Julian Champagne, whose painting of Aquarius hangs in Jean Lamant's mansion, what Falconelli calls one of the most attractive and rare philosophical residences. The painting depicts Aquarius wearing a belt stitched with crisscross lines. It is important to note that none of the other famous artistic renditions of Aquarius depict him wearing this belt. Falconelli exclaims that the artist did even better than the rest. Under the inspiration of the hermetic scientist who has commissioned the painting, the artist depicted Aquarius tightened by a wide belt at the level of his abdomen. It is this belt, Falconelli writes, that gives St. Christopher his true esoteric character. Listen very carefully to what he states next. According to some documents kept in the archives of the Lallement mansion, we know that Jean Lallement belonged to the Alchemical Brotherhood of the Knights of the Round Table. What we are going to say here cannot be taught. Aquarius's belt is the sign that all philosophers recognize as the external mark that indicates the extreme intrinsic purity of their mercurial substance. It is a sign that the old authors called the Seal of Hermes, the Star of the Magi, the Bear Cub, the constellation in which the pole star is found. Comparing Aquarius's belt and the Bear constellation by the pole star, or what is known as Ursa Major, or the Big Dipper, at first provides no insight as to what Falconelli is referring to. Is this just a rambling of an insane cryptic mason, or are we missing something? But if you begin to trace the pattern on the belt, then another hidden and familiar pattern begins to emerge within the pattern itself. When documented throughout the year, at each season, the Big Dipper constellation also forms this pattern, the symbol of the swastika. A now infamous symbol of evil. What many do not know is that according to the official narrative, the swastika was one of the most widely used symbols throughout history and different cultures. It is an important symbol in Asian countries, representing Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism. It was used by the so-called ancient Greeks and Romans, the Druids, the Celts, Native Americans, early Christians, and so on. We see it in mosaics, rock churches, bracelets, rose windows, crosses, pottery, clothing, and flags, We see it everywhere throughout time and culture.
An interesting thing, too, is in World War I, there was a French squadron that was fighting against German planes, that their emblem was that same symbol. I thought it was kind of ironic.
Wow, that's pretty trippy.
Interestingly, Swedish and Norwegian power companies used the symbol in the late 1800s and early 1900s to represent electric power stations and hydroelectric stations. This connection cannot be purely coincidental. The task of erasing memory and history is not an easy feat. It takes time. Out of all the symbols, this is the one that the enemy had to corrupt and dilute the most by appropriation. Not just because of its now lost association with electromagnetism, but because, as Falconelli let slip, its original association with Mercury's involvement in the old world's power grid. Like the caduceus' spiraling snakes, it depicts a vortex that Mercury produces in the presence of electromagnetism. The swastika is the vortex. It also represents another vortex, the one below Polaris and the Big Dipper, at the center. The same vortex that NASA has teased hiding in plain sight here on Earth and in their representation of other planets' poles. It is the same vortex that Mercator and others documented in maps and writing. The whirlpool surrounding Rupes Nigra and located at the North Pole. Interestingly, scientists have recently discovered large natural stores of the so-called toxin mercury at the North Pole. They are worried about it melting and causing toxicity.
Melting?
Of course they are. As Kevin Schaefer writes in the National Geographic article, it turns out that not only is there mercury in permafrost, but the Arctic is also the biggest pool of mercury on the planet. Is this another mocking on their behalf, or is there actually a vast amount of mercury at the north? We will return to this much later in our journey. The noble metals and their original location on Earth are very important, and it is the scriptures that hold the answer. The old world knew. They knew the earth they walked upon better than anyone else. They knew the alchemical metals, gold, iron, copper, mercury, and so on, could be fused in ways that allowed them to access the ethereal electromagnetic energy. They knew that Aquarius, the alchemical mercury, could elevate the Christ, the alchemical gold, and carry him to the masses. It is not a coincidence that the path Aquarius carried Christ was across the river, across water. The legend of Aquarius is a symbolic and metaphoric totality of the old world's energy system. You have a question, and I have a feeling I know what you're going to say. You want to ask about the maps, Mercator and such. If they have fabricated history, distorted so much symbolic meaning, and lied about those that came before, how can we trust these old maps and accounts of the North? How do we know that Hyperborea is a real place and that there is a vortex in the center? That's the spirit, an important question. Unfortunately, we cannot trust the maps, and I need to show you why. And it's now time to talk about the clocks. For you see, there is another map, hidden and long forgotten, the oldest map of them all. And it's not perfect by any means, but it's all we have. Come, it's time to lift another veil.
So that Urbano Monte map, that is a really fascinating map. you can go in to your favorite search engine and look up the David Rumsey map collection. It'll take you right to it. You can find that as well as a lot of other really cool historic maps and shit on that. And you can zoom at a really high detailed, high resolution. You can really zoom in on there. Hello, Matt R. Good to see you. Got a lot of other people that's come in here tonight. Sandro's here. Good to see you, my friend. Let's see. Heron Song joined us a while back. Austin Murphy. Jim Anus is here. Let's see. I'm just seeing Joan Margaret, a couple other more people. Holy crap. This is huge. It's huge. As my friend Donald would
huge
say.
Numbers.
Yeah, huge. Bigger than China.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesomeness.
Holy shit, that was so fucking cool. And it had a lot of people going, man. It really did. It had me going a bit too. I'm like, wait a fucking minute here. This is really
I'm still
weird.
kind of questioning it.
Way on the journey of our life.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, no worries. I just said I put that David Rumsey's maps and link in the chat because that is a good one to look at.
Awesome.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. That's a great map. You can pull that thing up. You can zoom right in. A lot of detail. If you got the time, sit back and translate some of that shit around the outer edge. There's a lot of information in there. It's not easy to do. I believe it's like some of it's Portuguese or some shit. Ironworks did a whole show on it. I did too a while back. I should go and do another one.
I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. And during my journey, as I made my way through the tangled labyrinthine paths of deception, looking for the center of truth, I met a brilliant woman who taught me many a flat fact. But out of all of her flat facts, it was one fact that struck a chord. She showed me the maps of old and asked me to find the key anomaly, the one error that all maps contained. I pointed to the varying representations of unknown land masses, to Hyperborea. She shook her head. No, find the glitch. We live on a flat plane. Our world is an electromagnetic terrarium, surrounded by an ethereal sea of water. And like all terrariums, after initial creation, they begin to form their own self-sustaining atmosphere. The sun and the moon journey above our flat realm in concentric spirals. There are 5 prominent circles of latitude, we are told. We have the Arctic Circle, closest to the center. The Tropic of Cancer at 23.5 degrees latitude in the northern hemisphere. The Equator at 0 degree latitude. The Tropic of Capricorn at 23.5 degrees latitude in the southern hemisphere. And the Antarctic Circle. The sun journeys from the equator at the March equinox up in concentric spirals to the Tropic of Cancer. When the sun is in this position, the northern hemisphere experiences summer and the southern hemisphere experiences winter. After which, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator. The word tropic stems from the Latin word tropicus, which means pertaining to a turn. The sun journeys back, taking the same concentric spiral path, and reaches the equator again. It then keeps going and reaches the Tropic of Capricorn. When the sun is in this position, the southern hemisphere experiences summer, and the northern hemisphere experiences winter. After a time, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator for the March equinox. The equinox occurs when the sun is journeying the circle of the equator, and those living along this line of latitude will see the sun directly overhead at a 90-degree angle at solar noon. The March equinox marks the season of spring in the northern hemisphere, and the September equinox marks the season of autumn. If you live in the southern hemisphere, this is reversed, and the September equinox marks spring and the March equinox autumn. It is important to note that the sun never reaches the Arctic Circle, nor does it reach the Antarctic Circle. It never reaches the poles. It journeys to the tropic circles and then turns back. The point at which the sun reaches its most northerly and southerly excursion relative to the equator is called the solstice. Solstice comes from the Latin word solstitium, which means point at which the sun seems to stand still. And indeed, many do note that the sun seems to stop on the solstices. And this is because, in a sense, it does. It reaches the most northerly and southerly excursion and turns back. But why the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn? Who names these circles of latitude? Our historical ancestors did.
This is another thing, though. These southern latitudes past the equator, where do they come from?
Right.
Okay. Capricorn, okay, that's one thing. But the rest of them, in between, they're in the equator and then beyond Capricorn. How'd you measure that? See, that's where you start running into problems.
Right.
Yeah. So you just said, fuck it, we'll make it easy. We'll just mirror it at the equator and say, yeah, it's the same.
That's right.
They had clocks that not only told them the seconds of the hour, the hours in the day, but also the moment of dusk and dawn and the current phase of the moon. Their clocks understood the true time, the bigger picture. They understood the celestial clock. The stars above us, beyond our firmament, and in the waters above, revolve at a constant 1 degree every 4 minutes, from east to west, that is, anti-clockwise. This means they revolve at 15 degrees each hour. 15 degrees multiplied by 24 hours is 360, a full circle. The stars above are fixed. They do not stray from their anti-clockwise journey, but revolve and complete a full circle every day. Our ancient, historical ancestors knew this. They assigned the stars above into fixed constellations. They divided the 360-degree circle of the sky above into 12 divisional arcs of 30 degrees, in which each constellation of the zodiac resides in. They designated each constellation in each 30-degree arc with an anthropomorphic symbol, most of which are animals. Zodiac is an interesting word. Zodiac, the arcs of the zoo. Yes, the parallels with Noah's Ark are strikingly obvious. Each constellation of the zodiac moves from its fixed position in the waters above at 1 degree every 72 years. The stars in the circle above us are fixed in their positions, but every 72 years, the entire circle shifts 1 degree. This is what is called the precession of the equinox. Remember, each arc is 30 degrees. If we multiply 72 with 30, we get 2,160 years. It takes 2,160 years for the circle above to shift 1 whole arc. Astronomers call this an age, and this is what is meant by entering or the dawn of a new age. As Wikipedia tells us, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn were named such because many years ago In the days before Christ, the days before BC, the sun was in the constellation of Cancer at the June solstice, and the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. What does it mean for the sun to be in a given constellation during the solstice? It means the position of the sun in the sky at solar noon. Of course, during solar noon, we would not actually be able to see the stars in the firmament beyond. Therefore, to discern the sun's position relative to the constellations requires either 1, a thorough understandanding of the stars and their positions above. Our ancient ancestors, we are told, created star charts and used devices such as astrolabes. Or 2, computer technology that is able to map and overlap the sun's position against the backdrop of the stars and constellations at solar noon. The sun's presence in the constellation of a given zodiac sign means exactly as it sounds. At solar noon, on the day of the solstice, the sun should be in front of a given constellation. Look closer at the zodiac wheel featured on the dial of these clocks. Here we see that both the constellations of Cancer and Capricorn are polar opposites to one another. These are the names of the 2 lines of latitude on the maps, and that we use to discern the sun's most northerly and southerly excursion above our flat plane. All historical cartographic world maps display both these circles of latitude as Cancer and Capricorn. We see it here on Mercator's maps, on the Ortelius, on the Rouge, on the Urbano Monte. Cartographic maps combine so-called science with aesthetics to communicate spatial information effectively. They strive to be accurate. And we still use this designation of Cancer and Capricorn for these circles of latitude on our cartographic maps today. Google Earth also uses these designations.
Oh yeah, and incidentally, Google Earth has updated now so that it does say Gulf of America instead of Gulf of Mexico now.
Whoa.
Trump said it is so, man. That's it. That's all you got to do is just write an executive order.
Wow.
See, I couldn't be president. I'd probably abuse my deep state. I'd like I'd say, all right, guys, I got a list.
Right? That is crazy.
Oh, and also they found out that USAID was funding a bunch of like influencers on social media and like on YouTube and shit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
So I wonder if that'll put some kibosh on some of our flat Earth hating friends.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All we can do is speculate. Club of Rome, here we come, huh, Joyce? Right on.
But why? As Wikipedia states, when this line of latitude was named in the last centuries BC, the sun was in the constellation Cancer at the June solstice, the time each year that the sun reaches its zenith at this latitude. Similarly, when the Tropic of Capricorn was named, the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice.
Yep.
And the wheel of the zodiac makes this very easy to understand. For instance, if the sun is in any given constellation at solar noon on the June solstice, then its counterpart on the December solstice will always be in the constellation opposite to the June sign.
And see, we're coming up on Aquarius. So we're going to be in Aquarius and Leo very soon. Very, very soon.
And this is represented with a straight vertical line. If, for instance, the sun was in the constellation of Aries at the June solstice, then it will appear in the constellation of Libra in the December solstice. If the sun was in the constellation of Pisces at the June solstice, then it would be in the constellation of Virgo during the December solstice. These signs are, in a sense, bound in their opposition to one another. And this is where it becomes interesting. The vertical line here represents the tropic circles and their respective constellations during the solstices. But they are governed by another circle of latitude, the equator. On the wheel, this is represented by the horizontal line. And you'll see that the lines form a cross. The equator and the tropic circles are bound in unison by this cross. Remember, the zodiac is the clock face of the circle of stars above us. When one turns anti-clockwise, the rest follow. And just like the signs of the solstices, the left hand of the horizontal line here represents the constellation the sun is in during the March equinox, and the right hand side representative of the sign during the September equinox. And it is the left hand side of the cross, the March equinox, or what is referred to as the vernal equinox, and its zodiac sign, which acts as a reference point for the entire celestial coordinate system. It's called the first point of Aries. The naming of this reference point after the sign Aries is arbitrary, or so they say. We also use it as a reference point for naming the age we are in. And if we start in the age of Aries, we can illustrate the precession of the equinox and the designation of constellations to their corresponding circles of latitude quite clearly. For instance, if the sun is in the constellation of Aries during the March equinox, then we have the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. We also see that the sun will be in the constellation of Libra during the September equinox. Now the stars above us are revolving anti-clockwise from their usual fixed positions at 1 degree every 72 years, and a whole zodiac arc every 2,160 years. So let's jump 2,160 years to the age of Pisces. The sun is, of course, in Pisces during the March equinox. We have the Tropic of Gemini and Sagittarius, and the sun in Virgo during the September equinox. You'll no doubt have noticed that the wheel represented here turns clockwise, and that's because it's a representation of the constellations, as if your view was outside of the firmament and looking down on the stars. If you were standing underneath this wheel and looking up, it would rotate anti-clockwise. I am using the clockwise representation because it is the best way to illustrate the precession of the equinox. This rotation keeps shifting one arc every 2,160 years until the wheel makes a full circle, or what is known as a great year.
72,000.
Why is this important? What we see here, and what the mainstream narrative confirms, is that the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn occurred during the age of Aries. For the last 2,000 years or so, we have been in the age of Pisces. Remember, an age lasts for roughly 2,160 years. And we are now on the cusp of entering into the age of Aquarius. On June 2020, during the solstice, the sun entered the border of Taurus, and therefore the transition has already begun. And Google will tell you this yourself if you search. A new age, or a precession of 30 degrees into a new constellation on the March equinox, is not some new age, pseudo-spiritual fantasy of astrologists and yogis alike. It is an astronomical law of the stars above in the firmament, and you can track it yourself every equinox and solstice. It is a critical and integral component in the function of our realm. If we are entering the age of Aquarius, then that means that the sun has not been in the constellation of Cancer or Capricorn during the solstice for over 2,000 years, when our realm was in the age of Aries. All the old and current cartographic maps, and even Google Earth, represent these circles of latitude as a Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
And I think it's amazing that we still call it that. You know, they could actually just call it the north, now that it's been established, the northern tropic and the southern tropic.
That's right.
The Tropic
I
of
figured it would
America.
be the Tropic of America by now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give him any ideas. He's already going.
Okay.
Jeez. Well, Stinky Cash made it back. Did you get your noise problems and everything worked out, buddy? You're muted. Hello.
Who was that?
Apparently not.
Cash is here.
Okay.
Well, we'll wait. We'll see what happens. Anyway.
There are no maps that present the tropic lines correctly, as they should be in the age of Pisces, our current age. Wikipedia and other mainstream narratives of deception tell us that our ancient historical ancestors of horse and cart and copper chisels named these circles of latitude in the times of BC, and no one in the course of history that followed bothered to change the names of the tropics.
You there, Cash?
I'm here.
All right, cool. No car sound. All right. No
I'm
technical
parked.
proclamations. We're good. To go. Yeah, it's just like, fuck it. Just leave it the same. We don't want to have to rename shit. We have to go back and rewrite all our maps and everything. Go suck one. We're just going to keep the names.
That's right.
To their accurate
Right.
designation. We are in the age of Pisces and have been for over 2,000 years. The circles of latitude should be called the Tropic of Gemini and the Tropic of Sagittarius.
Yeah.
And so what? What's in a name? But this brilliant lady who taught me this flat fact was patient. What's in a name? Everything. And until she said it, I didn't realize how stupid I'd been to overlook this. Maps are not just pretty projections of the landmass on Earth. They are practical instruments of navigation. Our ancient historical ancestors, we are told, depended on celestial navigation, on the position of the stars in the firmament above to guide their way when at sea. Follow the North Star. And if perchance their compasses failed, then knowing the map of the stars above would be critical. Believing that our ancestors just continued to use the designation of Cancer and Capricorn for the tropics that was established by their own historical ancestors, who belong to a different age entirely, is absurd. Celestial navigation would have been an essential skill set for anyone navigating their way across the oceans. And if they did have advanced technology, like we have our computers and GPS systems, then would they really be that lazy and neglectful to not bother designating the tropic circles to their correct constellation titles? Did they really invest so much time building the most advanced astronomical clocks only to neglect their maps? No, they did not. All these historical maps present designations for the tropic circles of latitude that are well over 2,000 years old. Why? And why are we still using this designation today? For you see, these maps, and all our maps, including Google Earth, are tools of deception.
Yep.
Where are the maps from the age of Pisces? The maps of the last 2,000 years? And could these maps actually be over 2,000 years old? It seems like someone does not want us to know the age we reside in, or wants to distract us from finding out just how important the precession of the equinox really is. This brilliant lady's flat fact leaves us with the following conclusions. The maps, all of them, Mercator and so on, are either 1. Original maps that belong to a period that occurred thousands of years ago and have been given false dates and narratives surrounding their creation. 2. Manipulated copies and versions of original maps that were created over 2,160 years ago.
Ooh, which one do you think it is?
Interesting.
Which one? Could be both. I mean, yeah, that's a good question. Where are all the maps? You know, if it was established that long ago, why can we only go back to a certain date, and everything we get beyond that looks like it was drawn by some kindergartner with a crayon, you know?
Same way with the ancestry. You can only go back so far.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It starts getting really difficult. Yeah. And a lot of people, you can't. I wonder how many of us came from orphans. Probably.
Dave, this is
No doubt,
this.
right? So,
The
What is-
orphan theory.
where's
yeah.
the history actually start in America, y'all?
What do you mean started it? I mean,
Like, where do they usually just push? At what era do they actually start to teach history? Isn't it in like the 70s?
just a little bit pre-colonial, probably. You know, they always want to give you the Pilgrim story and Columbus, of course. So like 1400s, early.
1492 basically is when they start history in America.
Okay. Does it skip around a lot? It's not hyper detailed though, right?
You learn about 1492, and then you learn about Plymouth Rock, and then you learn about the Revolutionary time.
Yeah, there's like 100-year spans and more than that, you know, between those two, you know, from like, so you might as well say, well, another thing that's interesting too is that, you know, you remember you learned the poem in 1492. What's the rest?
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard it different. In 1492, Spain expelled the Jews.
Yeah, they actually expelled the Jews the day before Columbus set sail.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think that maybe Columbus was actually a cryptic Sephardic Jew.
Have you ever seen the portraits and shit of him?
Oh yeah, he's a Jew.
Definitely looks it. You know, he's got those characteristics to him. You know, not that there's anything wrong with that, YouTube. Just saying. You know,
That's not what you were telling me in text earlier.
Yeah. Well, you know what happens.
Or 3. They are all fake and created during the Great Reset of the last few hundred years to generate a false history and timeline and solidify the false historical narrative and the rise of Galilean heliocentricity. Out of all of these options, the second and the third are most likely. Cartographic world maps are not easy documents to create and establish. They require a solid understanding of our Earth's size and shape. They require a thorough understanding of the circles of latitude that are integral to the workings of our world. They require a complex understanding of the continents and land masses. These maps are likely manipulated duplications of maps thousands of years old or completely fake. And we do see signs of manipulation, especially in regard to the landmass known as Hyperborea. We see Hyperborea in various maps of varying styles, and we are told that these are from the 16th century. But towards the 17th century, we see Hyperborea start to be erased from the maps. We see unknown land masses that are present in some of these old maps vanish entirely.
Yes,
and then it dawned on me, the message of this flat fact. We have no trustworthy maps. Not a single one.
What I've been saying for the longest time, when everybody says, well, where's your map? Where's your map? Nobody's got a map. Shut up.
Saab, do you think it's weird that on the current maps, there's no land at the North Pole?
Yes, I do. Because I remember looking at maps when I was a really little kid in encyclopedias and shit. Go over to Grandma and Grandpa's house. He had a nice encyclopedia set over there. And I can remember looking at the, you know, maps and shit. And there was, you know, landmass up there. You know,
And the
so
pole is a candy cane.
yeah.
How
I
could
mean,
Santa Claus be at the North Pole if it's in the middle of an ocean?
exactly. And it's interesting on that Mercator North Pole map where he was showing where part of it scrubbed out, the interpretation over on that right bottom corner landmass, it says, here there are pygmies that stand between 3 and 4 feet tall, and also there are giants.
Wow.
I'm like, wow, okay. Well, you incorporate that, little elves.
The land of misfit toys.
Right?
Well, it's funny because aren't
that
elves?
where I think they got the whole idea of elves that help the guy at the North Pole build these toys.
Yeah.
Kirby wants to be a dentist.
I mean, there's probably some rooted in something, you know, that where maybe this guy Satan enslaved him. You know, who knows? Santa, Satan, whatever.
Yeah. Located at the bullseye.
Yeah, right. Bull, the bull. Oh shit. And he deals mostly with children. Oh lordy.
We have no reliable source to show us the bigger picture of the realm we inhabit. I continued my journey, and as I ventured deeper into the forest, the path to the center that led me thus far was gone, and I could not turn back, and there lay no path in front of me. I became truly lost. How to know where you are going if you don't know where you are in the first place,
Right.
if you don't have a map? All historical waymarks that I had invested some degree of trust in before were now completely unreliable and questionable. How much had been edited by the controllers? How much truth was left? What if all the maps were fake? Why are they hiding the maps of the last 2,000 years? We do not have one single accurate or honest world map.
No.
And like in all moments of being lost, right before despair takes hold, an unforeseen circumstance arose that set me back on course. I stumbled through thick overgrowth and out into a moonlit clearing with a small lake. At this clearing, I met a mysterious figure named Sturos. I told him I was lost, and he told me to come and look into the lake. He told me to watch the water. What did I see? He asked. Myself, I replied. My reflection rippling and glistening in the moonlight. Mirror, mirror. Look beyond yourself, he said. What do you see? And there it was, just as it had always been. Mirror, mirror, way up high. Mirror, mirror in the sky. Mirror, mirror, oh how they lie.
This part is some of the most interesting flat Earth theory.
He said the Mandela.
This is I don't know what to make of this. You know, this is
I don't dismiss it.
No, I don't either. I mean, it's a lot of it's got a lot of validity, especially when it comes to you know, when he gets into the photograph aspect of it,
or when they incorporate that that world that clock. What is it called? The name of the clock?
Yeah, the Prague clock.
The Prague clock. When he starts to bring that in, I mean, it really starts to blow your mind.
Dude, what kind of clubs are you going to, Logan Sandman? And see what he says. I met a mysterious figure named Sturos. She was hot, wearing heels, and expect me to buy her drinks. Stay out of places like that, Logan. All right, you got to just stay the fuck out of those places, man.
That's where Brenda hangs out.
Yeah, you're liable. Yeah, you better be careful. You're gonna run across Brenda.
She walked up to me and she asked me to dance.
Right. So I've never seen Toon and Brenda at the same time.
One of life's great mysteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just floating that out there, you know. If anybody has, let me know. You know, because you never know what kind of things are going on with these people, right? You know, you're like,
wait for me, wait for me.
oh, no. See, you never know what's going to happen on this show. You know, you could just get little comments.
I remember when I lost my mind.
Oh my.
Damn, muted.
Sorry. Anyway, that's just crazy.
Sav, I personally think the moon is made of silver, and this guy is saying the moon is a mirror. And don't they use silver to make mirrors?
Yes, I've also heard it like that. It was like a snapshot, like a picture.
Yes.
Film also uses silver. Silver is
interesting because the sun is gold, the moon is silver. It's male, female. Yeah.
Mars,
they look like coins in the sky.
Absolutely. And there's each one of these so-called planets, wandering stars, the celestial bodies, I should say, they carry an alchemic value. Of course, Mercury
exactly.
Mercury is Mercury. You've got silver for the moon, gold for the sun. I think Saturn is lead.
Mars is candy bars.
Mars is candy bars.
Chocolate. Mars is chocolate.
No, it's iron. It's iron.
Well, before I leave you, let me just say I used to cast silver. I still do, not as often as I used to, but I would melt metal in my furnace and I would pour silver. And I would pour silver and you would get craters exactly like they look on the moon. It's an effect that happens when casting. It's like when air escapes through the metal, you get these craters. They don't come from giant rocks crushing into them from above. It comes from like air escaping from within. So, I mean, if you saw these craters from my silver coin that I cast, and then you saw the moon, you'd be like, yeah, that's the same thing.
Yep. I've experienced that as well. Even like with if you don't have, you'll get porosity. If you don't have kind of a flux, right?
A flux like borax or something. It's kind of like when you're cooking a pancake, like the first side, those the little bubble holes start to form.
Yep.
And that's when you know to flip the pancake. It's kind of the same thing as that. But anyway, I gotta go. I don't want to cause background noise. I gotta start driving again. So have a great night, everybody.
All right, Cash. Thanks for coming up, brother. See you next time.
Don't forget, Trump gave you an offer to have a live stream from Mars.
Yeah, as soon as they get there, and which will be never. I have to say this is kind of compelling, but I'm not sold. I mean, this is kind of compelling, but as far as I mean, there's a lot that goes with it. But would I say yes? That's what that is. No, it's interesting.
Yeah,
to say the least. I mean, it is quite compelling.
Yes.
Me too, DJ. I have to say, I think it's a reach.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing. I'd have to get some really close-up detail kind of research to verify any of it, and it's just kind of a reach, I think, as well. Fascinating reach.
I mean, it's an interesting thought, I think, but I think it's a bit of a reach.
Right.
I think the possibility is higher for this to be
all this
true
time.
It's what?
Earth to actually be a globe. How about that?
Yeah, probably.
Hiding in plain sight. A distorted, unreliable yet steadfast reflection. A quasi-photographic image of both our known world and what is this? This is the unknown world. Thank you, Sturgios, for all your work. Sturgios has mapped out each continent to the minutest detail. His work is meticulous. He has mapped time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distances.
Matthew in the chat said that the flight routes don't work out or something.
True flat Earth map. And it is of utmost importance, primarily due to the unknown landmass over here that Sturgios has named Terra Vista, after the Urbano Monte landmass of the same name. Why have we never heard of this land before? If the area here is our known world, then the realm is absolutely enormous. But wait a minute. Sturgios' presentation of our known world here maps the 5 prominent circles of latitude. We see the Arctic Circle, the tropics, the equator, and the Antarctic Circle. And Sturgios has mapped the sun's concentric journey around these circles of latitude, mapping seasons and time zones with the utmost precision and accuracy. So what's going on? The sun and moon cannot journey the entirety of the land masses presented here because it would take too long. Does this landmass not have its own sun? Or perhaps the moon is not a map of the greater realm after all. But not so fast. we need to spend some time breaking down Sturos' discovery here. How the image on the face of the moon was and is formed, when it was formed, and why are all questions that no one can answer. Nobody knows apart from the deceivers in higher places. But there are a lot of things hidden in plain sight that bring us a little closer to having a better understanding of this mysterious phenomenon. First of all is the nature of this image. It is a composite image. You are witnessing multiple images simultaneously when looking at the face of the moon. And these images are akin to a type of X-ray photography. There is also evidently a lot of distortion and optical illusion present in these images. No one can offer an explanation as to how this composite image has formed, nor has anyone ever provided a satisfactory answer as to what exactly the moon is. And rightly so, for if they could, we would not be in this mess in the first place. While most alternative views of the moon's true nature are rooted in nonsensical theories, such as those dreamt up by many deceivers and boys who never grew up, and who like the idea that aliens created the moon and there exist underground bases deep within its craters. There is one man, however, who spoke of the moon in the years leading up to the space race in the 60s, and who offered a very sensible insight. In 1965, Professor R. Foster challenged the corrupt scientific complex.
Just try and find any information on that guy. Go ahead. I'm serious. This guy is like a ghost.
By stating that landing on the moon was an impossibility. It is an impossibility, according to Foster, because the moon is plasma and not solid. Here is what he said in an interview.
What is your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation. Scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature of what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes, but the moon is definitely, as I assert, a plasma.
Like most that speak out, Foster was most likely controlled opposition. Notice that he says it is possible to land on other planets, but not the moon. It is likely that it was his task to introduce a half-truth, that the moon is a plasma phenomenon, only for his claims to be, quote, debunked and proved wrong, unquote, a few years later, after they staged the moon landings. Since Foster's claim, however, our own access to technology in recent years has allowed us to investigate the moon in more detail. And through this we see over and over again varying instances of the moon behaving in a way that debunks a lie that it is a ball of rock. We see with our own eyes a semi-transparent moon, either at night or while there is still daylight. We see the sky through the moon. Sometimes it is even possible to see stars directly through the moon. Many have repeatedly demonstrated that moonlight is colder than the shade at night, and therefore it cannot be reflected sunlight as it possesses no residual warmth. We also know that spherical objects do not reflect light. By the laws of reflection, the light concentrates into a highlight point and does not reflect. You can also see frequent crescent moons when both the moon and the sun are within close proximity of each other, meaning that it is impossible for the sun to be casting the Earth's shadow onto the moon. So if the moon is a plasma phenomenon, then how could this be formed in the first place? It is in the appropriation and demonization of the symbol of the swastika that we find some very interesting insights. The existence of a vast amount of historical literature and symbolism suggestive of a vortex opening in the center of our world is too prevalent to be coincidental. We have looked at much of this before, but strangely enough, in the years preceding and during the complete demonization and eradication of the swastika's association with the vortex, we find some additional information regarding this central vortex that is astonishing. In addition to the appropriation of the swastika as their emblem, the Nazis were also obsessed with a very similar symbol, that of the Black Sun. Prior to the rise of the Nazis,
see, even calling them Nazis is like, if you was to go back to that time and say, are you a Nazi? They'd say, what the hell is a Nazi? They didn't call themselves that. They called themselves nationalist socialists, and it wasn't political socialism either. So they wouldn't even know what the hell you're talking about. That was a term derived in the West to give a negative connotation to them. See, they didn't like what was going on in that country, and I'm not talking about bad things. I'm talking about what we would deem as good things, like, you know, going against the banks, getting rid of the vices and various other industries that were controlled by a certain group, you know, and that group turned around and said, well, we're declaring war on Germany, you know, which by default, if you lived in Germany and happened to belong to that group, would make you an automatic enemy of the state. You have to be identified. We have to know who you are, you know. I mean, I'm just saying. Anyway.
Regime, there existed an occult secret society within Germany called the Thule Society, sometimes alternatively pronounced Thule, that had sub-factions within it. One of these sub-societies, we are told, was the Black Sun Society. Influenced by the Rosicrucians and other Hermetic groups, the Thule Society placed special emphasis on the superiority of an alleged Aryan race with innate mystical powers. The Thule Society derived its name from a mythical northern country in Greek legend. Thule was supposedly a land located furthest north. Others have called it Hyperborea. The Thule Society believed, we are told, that an elder race, the Aryans, colonized our Earth, and they were located within the center of our hollow Earth. Admiral Byrd, the military Antarctic explorer, also made reference to a hollow Earth with an entrance at the North Pole. The Thule Society also believed that the Black Sun was a big ball of primer materia that existed in the center of the Earth and emanated radiation in the form of vril energy. This energy has many names. Some have called it chi, astral light, odic forces, or orgone. In 1933, the main architect of the event known as the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, acquired Wewelsburg Castle, a wonderful piece of old world infrastructure and technology. He supposedly remodeled the castle, and in doing so imprinted the symbol of the Black Sun into the marble floor of what came to be known as the General's Hall. Much of what has surfaced regarding the German secret societies before and during the Nazi regime is deliberate misinformation, carefully controlled with the sole intention of distraction and demonization. The misinformation regarding these societies has served to further fuel the UFO and alien agenda, which many, such as Jordan Safer, David Wilcock, and Corey Good, have since latched onto and promoted.
We should probably get over past this into here.
Yeah.
You know, because just how YouTube is.
Yep.
Anyway, you get the idea. We've talked about it before, though, on here, too, that it is, You know, he who wins the war writes the history books. And if you study and look at the events from all the standpoints and make up your own opinion, you know, don't have a dog in the fight. Like, oh, grandpa was at Normandy or whatever, you know, fuck that. You don't have a dog in the fight. We already know we've been lied to. Let's find out what the real story is. It's just like when you know, you might know a couple that's been arguing or fight. They got in a fight, you know, and you listen to her and her story's one way and his story's another way. And each one, you know, playing themselves out as the victim. And it's like, well, okay, wait a second here. Let's take a look at the real deal. What was really taking place here? And that's where you come to the realities of what was really going on. I call it looking at it from a xenoscopic standpoint. It was, I think, who was it? George Jones and Tammy Wynette did a song called Two-Story House. And it starts out, you know, we always wanted a two-story house. And then it gets to where later on in their relationship, they're, you know, getting divorced and shit. And it's a two-story house. He's got his story and I got mine, you know. So, oh, okay. Wow. Anyway, a little play on words. Yeah, I was introduced to George Jones when I first moved to Virginia. And at first I was like, oh my God, this is so pathetic, you know? And then after a while it grew on me. I actually like George Jones now.
Black or dark gray color associations in their illustrations, despite telling us it is a crystalline sphere of solid iron. Surrounding the iron solid core is an outer layer of molten iron. And it is because of this hot liquid iron, we are told that the Earth has a magnetic toroidal field. And millions have accepted this, and these silly diagrams that resemble Satsumas, despite the hard fact that the furthest depth a human has ever drilled into the Earth is a mere 8 miles. The heliocentric model has to acknowledge an inner core energy source because it is in fact a reality, and our world cannot exist without it. It is likely that the notion of a black sun beneath us is more distraction, although it is not as absurd as the heliocentric Satsuma model.
I mean, that is dumb. How in the frick would they even know what any of this is in there? And if there's all this hot shit, wouldn't that water be hot?
Yeah. I thought it was the center of a Tootsie Pop.
It does. It looks like that. I guess what he's calling a Satsuma is probably what we would call like a jawbreaker,
right?
You know, or a hard candy like that.
Yep.
I don't know, damn foreign candies and shit.
We will return to this later. What is important now, however, is that not only have we another instance of the concept of a black core at the center of our realm, and another reference to a central vortex and opening, but we also have reference to energy, or what the Thule Society called vril, radiating out of this opening. And if this is truly the case, then we have a theoretical model in which both the formation of the sun and moon makes complete sense. What I am going to try and convey now is complex, and I will do my best, but I need you first of all to forget every model of our Earth you have become familiar with. Things may not make sense at first, but by the end it will. Let's start with the realm and the firmament, and then a central opening. And now let's incorporate our known world, as outlined on the moon by Sturos. And finally, let's add the source, or electromagnetic coil beneath. Whether a magnetic rock or an electromagnetic coil, the source of our world's magnetic field is located at the center and beneath, and any source of intense electromagnetism would produce strong radiation. No one can say indefinitely, but it is highly likely that the concentrated plasma that we call the moon is a result of a unique form of radiation, similar to X-rays, that emanate from this source via an opening or vortex. X-rays or very strong radiation beams would, by the laws of physics, emanate from this central vortex in diverging straight lines. Like X-rays, they would also be invisible. The divergent beams would continue up until coming into contact with the firmament itself. X-ray beams differ from light beams and do not tend to reflect. X-rays are like a super powerful form of light, and because their wavelengths are shorter than ordinary light's wavelengths, it means their frequency is much higher. Because of this, X-rays can travel through objects that ordinary light cannot, and it means that X-rays are not reflected easily. There are not many materials that reflect, scatter, refract, or redirect X-rays. And while I'm not strictly saying that X-rays are the cause, any form of strong radiation beams would behave similarly. There do exist some materials that can reflect high energy rays, and it was a man named Lawrence Bragg in 1913 that discovered that crystalline structures reflect X-rays. That's right, crystalline structures, a crystalline firmament. Bragg reflection is used, for example, to focus monochromatic light, and there is a device called a monochromator that uses curved crystal mirrors to reflect X-rays to focus monochromatic light. Standard monochromators use a prism to break down the light. This is a very familiar image, and Wikipedia displays it for everyone to see. It is now associated with an infamous music album. What is the title of that album? They are telling us. This means we're right on track. Radiation beams reflected off of the crystal firmament would likely be redirected down, off-center, and into the ionosphere above our heads. The same ionosphere in which the ethereal electromagnetic energy was harvested from. It is here that the beams would converge and concentrate and generate the plasma phenomenon we call the moon. The idea of electromagnetic rays reflecting from the firmament and converging in the ionosphere may seem preposterous, but there are many homemade experiments you can conduct yourself to prove the power of concentrating light rays. As seen here, the rays of the sun reflected in the concave mirror are able to produce intense heat and start a fire. The reflected light rays focus into a point to generate energy. And remember, radiation beams akin to X-rays are much more powerful than light rays. If the moon is a point of focused, condensed plasma, then it has to occur within one of the layers in the ionosphere above us. All the various inert noble gases in our ionosphere appear at differing layers and altitudes. We looked at how these are charged by the sun's electromagnetism to form the plasma sky. At a certain altitude in the ionosphere, there are two layers of neon and helium gas. It is likely that the sun forms in a similar fashion within these layers. After all, helium is linguistically very similar to Helios. It is likely, however, that the moon is formed at the level of altitude in which the gas krypton is present. Krypton is known for its phosphorescent white light. It is also used to create non-thermal or cold plasma, as demonstrated by contemporary scientists developing this field today. The primary reason that the moon's light is cold and not hot like the sun's is not known, but it is likely due to a polarity produced by their interaction with our electromagnetic field in the ionosphere, the moon being the dielectric negative polarity to the sun's positive charge. The craters seen on the moon are likely from the generation of this plasma. Perhaps it is some kind of plasma emulsion that displays a kind of outgassing or bubbling, much like we see with urethane paint defects. Recently, bizarre theories have emerged that we live within one of these craters on the moon. This is not correct. The moon is some kind of phosphorescent, concentrated plasma and not a solid object. You can see the formation of this plasma and its craters right here. It is not solid, it is a light. And this is great because we have a very realistic and working model as to how the moon is formed. What we don't have, however, is an explanation as to how the composite image on its face is formed. As I said before, the image we are seeing on the moon is akin to a composite X-ray photograph of our greater realm. And it is not an active reflection, but rather a historical moment captured in time. And of course, no one knows how it is formed other than those in high places. The moon is a paradoxical phenomenon, at once a volatile luminary of plasma that waxes and wanes in its luminosity, and also a steadfast image captured at some point in time that does not seem to change. We only ever see this image on the moon, and it never changes. This strange and mysterious image that has puzzled and inspired millions could be a result of a natural, organic phenomenon, or perhaps even artificial. Again, only the controllers know. The word photo originates from the Greek photos. It means light. Hence we have words such as photosynthesis, which means the synthesis of light, in which plants harvest light energy and convert it into chemical energy.
Isn't that crazy too?
A photon is the quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light. A huge misconception is the notion that photographic imaging is not a natural, organic phenomenon. This is not correct. The word photograph means light drawing.
Listen, I think they were using that shit long ago. I think Da Vinci was using it, because one of the ways they can tell an authentic Da Vinci painting is the thinness at which his paints were. And I have to wonder if what he did wasn't photo obscura, using some kind of a chemical and then touching it up with color. I don't know.
The concept of natural light sensitive material is well understood. Our bodies begin to darken when exposed to too much sunlight. Depending on the exposure to the UV, our bodies can develop tan lines. The light literally draws on us. Certain textures and textiles can fade or come to the surface when exposed to light. And there exists natural camera obscuras. A natural camera obscura occurs when a darkened space with a hole permits light rays to enter from outside the space, resulting in a projected image of the space outside inside the darkened area. We can even see projected images of a solar eclipse here on the ground underneath a leaf canopy due to the holes in the leaves. Natural camera obscura was, of course, the inspiration for the early development of photographic technology. Interestingly, the noble gas krypton, the same gas present in our ionosphere, has been used for years, we are told, as an integral component in camera flashes for high-speed photography. It is also an essential component in hyperpolarized MRI scanners. There is also a possibility that the face of the moon is not a natural phenomenon, but was a result of an experiment. Photographic and X-ray films are created through a fusion of a gelatin emulsion with microscopic silver crystals. Because of this, exposure to light is able to capture an invisible latent image. During light exposure, the silver halide crystals grow to visible sizes, and this is what is called printing out the image. Microscopic silver was essential in producing traditional photographic images. Without it, the technology would not have been possible in the first place. Interestingly, in their alignment of noble metals with astronomical bodies, the alchemists designated the moon as having rulership over the metal silver. The birth of modern photography.
That's something we talked about that. See, we already knew this. We're a step ahead of everybody.
Began in 1800, we are told, when the uncle of Charles Darwin tried to capture the image produced in a camera obscura. He discovered that by coating white leather with silver nitrate, he was able to partially capture real-life images. The use of silver nitrate was developed further by Louis Daguerre, who went on to birth the daguerreotype and modern photography. But what is interesting is that silver nitrate goes by another name. They called it lunar caustic, in homage to the alchemists' association between the moon and silver. It's also quite interesting that many Masonic representations of the alchemists depict the sun and moon as reflected rays. And what are the coincidences that the alchemists, who probably didn't exist in the manner we are told they did, associated the moon with the very metal in which traditional photography is impossible without? This is not a coincidence. Those of the old world knew what the moon was, and perhaps an older civilization that came before them and that were also technologically advanced had a hand in rendering the image on the moon. It's not that much of a preposterous notion, considering that we are continually experimenting with things on a cosmological scale today, staging fake rocket launches that sometimes get caught on the firmament, developing artificial suns, and some demons in higher places are even trying to find ways to dim the sun. Humans have always overstretched their ambitions when it comes to the luminaries, and I don't see why advanced civilizations of the past would have been any different. But how this composite image phenomenon came to be is not important for our journey. It's what it shows us that is important. And perhaps it is best to leave the moon shrouded in mystery. Whether a natural or artificial X-ray photographic image, what is important is its composite nature. The image we witness here is a combination of at least two fixed images that are superimposed upon one another. The first image we are seeing, as Sturos' groundbreaking work has shown over and over again, is a skeletal outline of our realm's land masses, akin to an X-ray, and in a way we have never seen before. In this image, we see all the continents of land we associate with Earth, or what is more appropriately termed the known world, represented by the dark areas in the image. And we also see vast bodies of land and continents that we are completely unfamiliar with. Sturos revealed that if you treat the moon as the mirror image it is, and flip its image like you would with any reflection, then you can start to map our known land masses with utmost precision. And this is exactly what Sturos has done, mapping the known world captured in the moon down to its great lakes and deserts. The striking similarities between our known world landmass and that captured on the moon are far too exact for it to be any kind of coincidence. It has been right in front of our faces every single day, literally. It is likely that no one has connected the dots here before because of this particular unknown landmass, which Sturos has appropriately named Lumeria. And this landmass is very important because we know that it does not exist anymore. Theories of Lumeria's existence as a lost continent have been around since the 19th century, with most plotting its location somewhere around the Indian Ocean. Those in the 19th century also spoke of another lost continent called Mu. They are one and the same thing. Old maps of Mu plot the land exactly where it is on the moon.
That's what I've been saying, man. I've been saying that for a while, how easy it would be to hide an entire freaking continent in the South Pacific. I mean, not a problem, you know, and they don't let nobody go there anyway. So
Moon. And in 2007, Masaki Kimura discovered huge structures, including pyramids, castles, and roads on the ocean floor, some way from Japan, a location very similar to where Lemuria is plotted here on the moon. The continent sunk years and years ago, and this is very useful because it means that this image is not an active reflection, but a moment captured in time before the continent sunk. The second image we are simultaneously witnessing in our moon is that of the firmament itself. Yes, you heard me right. The moon is the only known official image of our firmament. The face of the moon is a composite image, and we have to separate the images to fully understand what we are seeing. We have the landmass of the greater realm, and this is one image from one angle. And then we have another image from a different angle. I can only illustrate this by showing you. This specific area of the moon is primarily what gives the phenomenon its spherical 3D appearance. The heliocentric liars love this area of the moon, and they have used it as a weapon of deceit against us. It is not a crater with rays, like they tell us. Look closer. Really look. This is not the markings of a spherical object. It is the apex of the domed firmament from within the dome. Watch closely. This is the composite image on the moon, presenting both images simultaneously. And this is an interior of a hemisphere dome. And now, you see, if you align the central apex point of an interior hemisphere dome, then it becomes quite obvious. If you erase the remaining vector lines of the dome, then it becomes really obvious. And once you see it, it becomes very hard to unsee. It isn't a sphere. That is an optical illusion. It is the markings of a hemisphere dome. And not only is this the interior apex crown of the firmament, it is also a reflection of the center of our realm below. This area of the moon lends its spherical shape because of the so-called rays that emanate from it. But as you can see, it is an optical illusion. The rays are actually hemispherical ribs stemming from the dome's crown. This area in the middle of these ribs is not a crater. That is the vortex directly beneath the highest point of the dome. The controllers have named this area Tycho. It was given this name, we are told, by Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Riccioli in 1651.
Jesuit, huh?
If it was not for Tycho, then the controllers of our realm would have a very hard time convincing millions that they lived on a giant spinning ball. And like with everything else, they have used Tycho to hide things in plain sight. For instance, another 17th century Masonic astronomer named Pierre Gassendi called it Umbilicus Lunaris, the navel of the moon, which is interesting as Norse mythology uses the same simile of the navel to describe Vergelmir, the whirlpool in the center of our realm. Arthur C. Clarke's Space Odyssey, one of the most famous science fiction novels of all time, features a crater on the moon named Tycho. In the novel, scientists find that there is a strong magnetic field emanating from the crater and discover that it is coming from a black cube monolith buried 15 meters within the crater. a black monolith, a rupes nigra, a magnetic black rock. If you separate the two images, then you can see clearly how they are in fact two images of two different angles that somehow have ended up superimposed on each other. We do not see any oceans or water mass captured in the first image, which suggests there is some kind of X-ray radiation at play. We don't see the vortex at the center in the first image for this reason. And again, no one knows how these images were formed. But if some kind of
if indeed they're actually images, I mean, you know, you got to be careful with that. Somebody says, you know, these look like they could be images, blah, 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 blah. But then, you know, how were these, you know, now it's that they are images and we don't know how they were made. See, you got to watch that kind of thinking, man. Really,
it'd be crazy if the Earth, or if the moon used to be the Earth and it's just a dead planet now, and somehow we transported to here. But anyway, that's all.
Yeah, I think the idea of it being a sphere is an optical illusion myself. You know, there is absolutely zero parallax to it when you know, like you don't see it from any different angle depending on where you're at. It's always the same, always. So
radiation beams were responsible, then the first image, the land masses of our greater realm, were most likely captured as the rays hit the firmament. And as those rays were reflected into our ionosphere and began forming the plasma mass we call the moon, it is likely that the second image was captured. And that is the image of the firmament, of the structure existing above us. And that's why we can see the outline of this structure, the stars beyond this structure, and the reflection of the vortex and other great deeps below. The moon is a masterpiece of distorted perspective, a plasma embodiment of as above, so below. And it's going to take a lot of work and careful consideration in smoothing out this distortion to try and get somewhere close enough to create a proper map of the world we live in. And because the moon is a disc-like mass of plasma, the first image of the land presents some curvilinear distortion. And you can see it here at the edges as the land begins to warp and wrap slightly. A lot of serious work needs to go into creating a flat projection of this distortion. But it shouldn't be too difficult, because the distortion is only slight around these edges. And that's why Sturos can map the circles of latitude, seasons, and time zones very accurately. A map without the distortion may look something like this. But important questions remain. If the central vortex is absent from the land image on the moon,
I think that a lot of this is starting to now go kind of off of what we were talking about, don't you? I mean, I saw
kind of got away from the old world
map and shit like that, and that's interesting and all. But I want to kind of keep it on the realm of these impossible structures, and you know, that kind of thing, because that's what I've been really fascinated with here recently. Something fierce. In fact, I found some on Facebook, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see.
In the back chat, I put a little thing about like kind of an idea of what star fort, like the angles of star forts. There's a little link that kind of gives a description. Who knows if it's true or not? I mean, it's just something to think about.
All right. Yeah, I'll check into that one too. Let me get to my page. Let's see. There I am. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this is what gets you. Is all right. So like on this one here. Let me. There we got it. All right. So it says now. Let me bring this up afterwards. It says this is Chicago City Hall, completed in 1885, and then demolished in 1908. So 18 years.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
What do we got? Yeah, 15 years to 1900 plus 3, 18 years. And what the hell? I mean, look at that. You're going to build this and then tear it down in just a few years for what? And what the fuck? Look at all these wires running everywhere. This is what gets me. These two, the Cologne Cathedral. I've seen this. This is magnificent.
Yeah, that one's awesome.
Or
that's the one
Barcelona. I mean, yeah. There's a Palace of Justice in Barcelona,
and the government and the churches always take them over. It's wild.
Yeah. Look at this here. There's a hospital of St. Pablo, Barcelona. Look at that. And I mean, just so it's pleasing to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that thing. There's the Triumphal Arch. They have that in Barcelona too. And where else have we seen these? Every fucking where.
Yeah, everywhere.
There's in Barcelona too. Look at these. What do you call these? A minaret or what do they call that? A redoubt? I don't know what they call that. There's a name for that. But I mean, it's just fucking amazing. And you got to figure these were like very few power tools. If they when this was built, they didn't use no power tools on that. We know that. Look at that shit. Exposition International of Barcelona. Look at that.
You know, some of these things should be celebrated and protected and studied. And it's like people get in their cars just to go look at Christmas lights.
Yes, I know. Imagine if I like this kind of shit, man.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. What's there? The International Expedition of Barcelona is another view of it. I guess that's a drawing. But yeah, and then there's that cathedral. That just is amazing in person to see. That is just an amazing structure.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to visit. I watched the video of like people going on the inside. It's pretty awesome inside of it too, as you can imagine. But
and here you go. Look at this one here. Pennsylvania train station. Look at this place. Look how little these people are compared to these things. What the fuck? No.
But the people built it.
Yeah. And what would be a need for these huge ass archways and ceilings and shit? I mean, what's the purpose behind that?
Giants.
God, look how little everybody is compared to everything. They look dwarfed. It's so much empty space in there. You know? This is kind of a neat little video I found on this shit too.
Came into town. Old world Detroit.
Yeah, this is
even before the auto industry came into town. They tell us it's a political problem, fall of the auto industry, all of that caused what we see here today. What they literally did was pave over paradise and put up a parking lot. In this instance, they rubbed it in our face and kept part of paradise in that parking lot. Detroit highlights this in a big way, but it is far from Detroit where you'll see this. In the ruins of grand architecture we can't replicate today. They just plaster over it with ugly, plain brick or leave it abandoned. See, that is why I call these elitist parasites, because they drain all of our cities of all of their beauty, all of their grand past accomplishments, and leave them shells of their former selves, and point the fingers at us, or makes you think that some political party is at fault, and if we just vote another party, they'll solve it. That's why I don't speak on any one organized religion or any political system on this page, because they are all part of that parasitic system. We are not alone, no. We are in this together, one way or the other. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
It's kind of cool, isn't it? I mean, that's I've seen some of those places. in Detroit, but they're getting fewer and fewer. They're tearing shit down all the time. Just amazing. Look at these buildings. I mean, this is just, how do you, come on, man.
They're everywhere. I mean, you can just go for a drive in your local city and find old world buildings all over the place.
Yeah, I'm going to go through town after the snow goes away, and I'm going to show some shit we've got around here even. I mean, Jiminy Crickets, look at that.
I mean, they're not quite as, elaborate as this, but you can still find some pretty
yeah.
things.
Yeah, for sure. I'll make sure to get the courthouses too.
Yeah, those are some.
And here's the thing too. Look at these freaking bones, man. Here's these some more of these things. Just bones everywhere. Look at that shit.
That's crazy.
Look at that. Now this is the Odessa catacombs.
1,600 miles.
1,600 miles, and I thought the Paris was something with 174 miles. But we go over here to Odessa, and there's 1,600 miles of that shit under the ground. What the? Look at that. I can't see what that says.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, I'll have to find another picture of it someplace. Be able to read it. It's probably in another language anyway. But yeah, that just blows me away right there. Look at that fucking place. The Tampa Bay Hotel, built between 1888 and 1891. Just whip it out there. Just whipped it out.
Yeah,
no logistical problems whatsoever. Plenty of fucking artisans and workers and skilled men to be able to get out of here. Come on.
Oh, I guess colleges too. I forgot they took up a lot of them.
Oh yeah, they did. I guess your Ivy Leagues are all those old places like that too.
Mm.
Here's the thing about the resonant frequency inside these things too, I think. Let me see if I can. Oh, I hate these. You can't never get it to start where you want it to. Facebook sucks.
Empire known as Tartaria dominated much of Europe and Asia. But why haven't we heard more about this place in our history books? What happened to Tartaria, an empire that vanished without a trace? Or so we've been told. It is said that Tartaria possessed very advanced technology for its time, building structures with techniques that even today seem impossible. Massive buildings, full of details with domes and antennas that might have served more than just a decorative purpose. Some believe that these buildings were not only monuments but part of a free energy system. Could they have used electromagnetic energy from the air, a technology we have lost today? Today, some of these buildings are still standing, hidden in plain sight in our modern cities. But the big question is, why was Tartaria erased from official history? What secrets were buried along with its legacy? Perhaps the history we know is not the whole truth. Perhaps Tartaria had much more to offer us than we've been told. Once a vast...
Yeah, what was it? I mean, what were they actually doing?
Would hope they didn't name it after a fish sauce, but...
Yeah, it's hard. That's where all they left in their legacy was sauce for fish. Damn it. That's a jip, man. That's a jip. I was just looking real quick. Let me see I think it's under videos. Get under here. And that's part 6. The shit he's been doing here under the Necropolis. Necropolis. Have you seen
my lunch break?
My lunch break?
Yeah.
Let's see. There's part 5.
Yeah, I think 6 was the last one.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can see. There's part 3. There's part 1. Let's take a look at that. Because this is what's starting to fascinate me about the damn thing is where the fuck did all these people come from that are under there? You know, there's all these people in these, they're bones, they're human bones and skulls and shit, and they all seem to be at the same rate of decay. I mean, where did these bones actually really come from? And I was astonished at the amount of these things there are around the world. Odessa and Paris are only a couple of places. We even have them, I guess, in New York City.
Mm-hmm. And that's just what we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. This is interesting. Now, let me take a look, see what we think about this. I wanted to watch this series like from one and go through them. I keep coming up in my feed, all these different videos, and I've been watching them way out of order and shit. I guess it don't really matter.
Did you know that a necropolis is a cemetery, especially a large one, belonging to an ancient city, the old world? Are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to expose where the old world civilization, an extremely advanced worldwide population, where they went? There are thousands of necropolises around the world, ranging from small burial sites to vast ancient cities of the dead. The Ming
literally means death place, dead place. Necro and polis, right? Like you have a metropolis. Polis, I think, is place, and necros is, of course, means death.
I thought it was like cemetery or something, but
yeah, the polis part, and that's part of where we get population and shit like that. But polis is a place, and necro means dead.
Oh.
Like necrophiliacs are like
right.
people like to get it with dead people and shit, you know. That's sick. They say Jimmy Savile was one of those as well as other things.
Ming tombs, located near Beijing, China, are the burial site for 13 emperors of the Ming dynasty. In total, it's estimated that several hundred individuals were buried across these tombs, where the exact number of bodies is difficult to confirm. Due to limited excavations, most tombs remain unexcavated, all to hide where the previous civilization really went. Oh, wait, no. I mean, all for preservation, of course. The precise count of individuals under this entire site is unknown. Can you believe what we just found? I really think that we have just unlocked something massive. And once you know, you will know forever. There is no turning back. So let's go further. When archaeologists unearthed the tomb of the emperor, they discovered not only intricate treasures. These treasures are old world technology. They found things at this site from the old world, 100%. And when we all understand how to read these sentences now, like we do here, these stories make so much more sense. The treasures that we are all told that they found include golden crowns and jewelry, silk robes, plates, cups, jade items. And then they found handwritten scrolls and ancient books containing Taoist texts, guiding and protecting the emperor's spirit in the afterlife, where we are all told today that the afterlife is a myth, where I'm not sure that these myths are so mythical after all. They also found weapons. Now, we also know that they have found so much more at this site that we're not being told about. We know this based on what we have seen and proven throughout the first 104 episodes. The Dingling Tomb is a part of the Ming Tombs complex. The texts and scrolls found in the Dingling Tombs were originally taken to the National Museum of China in Beijing, taken for preservation and study. However, many were extremely fragile, and some just deteriorated right in front of their eyes, right into thin air. They were just gone, unfortunately. We are all told only a limited number of texts found were successfully preserved. Can you believe?
Do you believe that shit?
Well, the Chinese have always been known for them to be hard to see their dinglings.
The Dingling dynasty. They were actually the only family of Chinese people that had big dinglings, and that's why they were called that. And so everybody was jealous. They said, "Get them out of our lives, bury them with all their shit. We're sick of hearing about their big dicks. Damn it, trying to get me to eat bamboo shoots and shit."
This, or better yet, do you believe this? Do you believe that most of the texts that they found are just gone? I am not accepting that narrative anymore. I think that's a bunch of nonsense, if I'm being honest. It sounds like something you would say if you don't want anyone else to know what you found. Finding intricate treasures, like we've been shown. But going on further, where it states that according to local accounts, nearly everybody involved with the excavation then suffered from unusual misfortunes and illnesses, and some even died. The archaeologists involved in the site, after they were done, they died under mysterious circumstances right after. Let's be honest. What did they find? Did someone not want them to tell the world?
No, it was because of a curse, man. We know that. No, I don't
That's
know.
where they get the theme from the Indiana Jones series, you know.
Well, wasn't it that there was a lot of mysterious deaths around Tut's, King Tut's excavation as well?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and they were saying because of curses as well.
Yeah, they said it was because of a curse. One guy nicked himself shaving, and it became really infected, and then he died. I don't know.
What was truly found? I have no idea. And I'm simply reading what we are told. These are questions that you can all answer for yourself. But it seems very odd that the texts found are all gone. And the people that excavated the site are no longer here to tell tales of what they really saw. To add to all of this, we see that after the initial excavation, they resealed it up, and all future excavations of the Ming tombs were halted. The Chinese government has since prohibited further exploration, both to protect the tombs. No. It then goes on to try to scare us away from the site, saying they don't want to anger the spirits, but we all know that they're hiding what's in there. I believe it is the old world civilization. I believe there are many buried in this location. Tunnel networks, catacombs, in other words, underground structures. These are sealed up to us today, but we know it's not sealed up to them. They are not preserving anything. These are the same people that wouldn't hesitate to bomb a city. They don't care about preserving cities. And this is all in my opinion, of course, but you get the point. Protected by our friends yet again, as of 2003. Where everything was just fine for thousands of years until this group shows up. And I couldn't be more thankful that they love our sites. With no excavations since 1989 and only 3 tombs open to the public. So if someone were to say, no, they aren't hiding anything from us. I've been there. This is open to the public. Well, no, it's not. The Ming tombs were just found in 1956. Again in our timeline. Everything.
How in the fuck do you lose big shit like that? How does it become lost? Like Luxor. How in the hell do you lose a city? That's what always got me. You know, oh, we found an abandoned city. What? Where was it? Oh, it was under 40 feet of sand. Well, hold up. There was a whole city under 40 feet of sand. What in the hell are you talking about? What happened? They just stopped sweeping? Where the fuck did all the sand come from?
We found that looking for dinosaurs.
Yeah, right. I mean, God, or they'll be chopping through a jungle someplace, and all of a sudden they come across this lost city, and I'm trying to figure out how in the hell do you lose a city, man? It's a city. God.
Thing that we have shown to this point has all just been found again. Within the last 200 years, finding the old world's work, finding that the old world, they were not just riding around on donkeys. They were not living in huts and they were not going to the bathroom in their front lawn, like we're all being told. Living by candlelight and suffering in the summers because it's too hot and suffering in the winters because it's too cold. This is nonsense. That narrative is in the 1800s because that's when the reset took place and began our civilization today. This previous civilization that we're talking about was very powerful, a worldwide group, constructing elaborate burial complexes. Each tomb is a self-contained underground palace. Underground palaces that we are not allowed to go and see today. Finding texts at the site that are no longer here and have just dissolved into thin air. We all know that this site is so much more than what we're being told and is 100% a site from the old world. Check these.
There again, more lions.
These pictures out. You have dirt with massive statues just in the middle of nowhere, or what we think of as the middle of nowhere now. These photos were taken between the 1920s and the 1940s, meaning that they were taking these photos before excavating the site and finding what was underneath all of this dirt in 1956. This has got to be one of the weirdest places that I have ever seen. Massive statues from the old world. Could this be any more obvious that the previous civilization held technology that we are not being told about? Constructing palaces.
They sure as hell were making a lot of statues. I mean, I think that there was probably a large segment of the population was relegated to statue building or statue making. You know, I mean, it just seems like there's just, you know, even on the buildings and in the buildings and around the buildings and in the walls and all over the place, there's statues and shit.
And people go to the pyramids in Egypt, and it's like those are probably just the top of them. Like you don't even know what's underneath the damn things.
That's very possible. Yeah, we don't. Everything we've been told is bullshit. So hell,
this is underground, constructing massive statues, and this is not in the middle of nowhere. This is a pathway leading to the palaces that are all underground, and it's all incredibly laid out and perfectly designed with a massive event taking place that covered the entire earth with mud and melted so many structures. We've seen this so many times. These pictures are incredible, and I've got to show them to you for a minute. Based on what we know and have seen, I believe that things were much bigger. The size of this camel that is depicted right here is most likely the actual size. I believe that so many of these stone depictions that are all over the world, and we've seen them on cathedrals and basilicas. We've seen them everywhere. They're in every single country. These statues depicted in stone were actually showing all of us what the old world was seeing at the time. And we know that there were things here where we all live today that we have never seen before. And I don't believe it was from thousands of years ago. I believe all of this was from only a few hundred years ago, like we have shown and stated, with a massive reset taking place very recently, within the last few hundred years, where we now see sites, locations that are not logical within the narrative that we've all been given. And we are just getting started today. Welcome to episode 105 of My Lunch Break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome. Have you ever wondered what happened to the legendary Chuck Norris? I recently saw a video he just made. I was shocked. They're all awesome and helping this channel out a lot. All of this is done without a power tool. Let's be honest. That idea is dead. So right here, to show how these underground tunnels extend underneath all of our cities, during the construction of the Beijing section of China's south to north water diversion project, a project that began in 2002, showing how much we have yet to find underneath our feet and still being found today by our timeline. Several important relic sites were unearthed underground from the old world, where they found artifacts and a burial site that shed light on ancient Chinese civilizations. Ancient Chinese civilizations. This is the previous civilization. The excavation uncovered ancient burial sites as well as relics, including human remains.
There's always a
Check
bone,
this out.
man.
Here's the site. And this is what has been found. So when we all began this research, so many people would ask, where did this hypothetical previous civilization go? If there was a previous civilization, show me some proof. Show me the skulls. Where are they? Well, if you've seen episode 72, episode 78, episode 92, and so many others, you will now know that they are all right under your feet. They're buried by a layer of mud in so many continents. What is under our feet and what has happened here is so much more. And
that's wild.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Who does that? I mean, what kind of even a culture says, hey, this is what we ought to do with the remains of these bodies or these people or whatever? I think these were people that were killed.
Yeah, it seems like a warning sign.
It does. I mean, I would turn around and get the fuck up out of there, man. Definitely not going to convert everybody over to Christianity by going, hey, let's get out here amongst all this death. And then we'll go look at a dude hanging on a cross.
I'm giving a sermon today.
Oh, man, no.
we have ever been told. What we see today are structures on the ground. These structures could easily be removed from this place that we all live. They are not permanent at all, especially using the materials that we use today. I hate being the one to say this, but the incredible vinyl siding that's on all of our houses today, that's not going to last 400 years. The stone, the marble, the granite, this material was used by the old world because it's not going to go anywhere as long as it's left alone. The old world understood that the individuals that live here in the future, us, we would see their work, their construction, because it proves just how intelligent and advanced they really were overall, not just in construction. It would also depict what they saw at the time. So they find these bones, and then they tell us that they uncovered 12 cultural heritage sites and ancient tombs, as well as the pottery, the incredible pottery, which we all unlocked this clue a few months ago. See,
all the time with the fucking pottery too. That's what gets me. Always with the pottery.
Being that they give us the pottery over and over so that we all get excited. And we all think that all they did back then was make some pottery. So boring. No lights, no tools, candles, and chasing the duck around to get its feather, all so we can write something down. And once that's done, they just sit around making pottery bowls all day. And after reading that and being done with the pottery, we all go on reading about the year -206 on the dot. And we all used to think, wow, these archaeologists are amazing. They know how to pin down the year -206. They did this by testing the local bush in Beijing. This is not happening. And why is China hiding so much information? If they were just transparent, had a camera in there the whole time, allowing us to visit these sites and see what's going on, I'd have a little more trust in adult story time. But time and time again, we see that the specific details of this location, about the exact number of bodies, were not fully disclosed. How many bodies did they find? How many do you think they found? I would guess thousands, maybe more.
It says one or more individuals. Well, that could be like, anything from 1 to 1,000. If you think about it, one or more, what the hell does that even mean?
Exact number is not fully disclosed. This is just shocking. How can we fully trust this historical narrative that we've all been given, force-fed, when it's blocked off from the public over and over? Their findings are never publicly documented. The investigation is never transparent. Yet, it's absurd to think that their story about the year -206 is the real myth. Now, to show that this is worldwide and to show that we are just getting started with this, we will travel 4,700 miles away to the Saqqara necropolis, Egypt, a necropolis that does not have an exact confirmed count of bodies under the ground. When we are told that thousands of burials have already been uncovered, they have found pyramids, they have found underground burial shafts that have multiple levels below our feet, all done by the donkey riding, no training necessary group of the past. No, this mainstream story is done, containing hundreds of coffins and mummies.
So wait a second, let's think about this, man. You're back in the day and you're looking through the local classifieds ads to see in the help wanted section, you know. Well, here's a column manufacturer needs someone to help. Do you have any experience in column manufacturing? Yeah, I'm pretty good at that, you know.
Anybody know how to make griffins?
Yeah, must be able to carve griffins, must be able to. Holy crap, man. You know, you could have been a column manufacturer and made out like a bandit, it looks like. Maybe somebody did. Or, you know, a statue sculptor. They seem to be all over the place too. Just carving shit, just carving stone with their copper chisels and their fucking wooden hammers and shit. God damn it.
Within each shaft alone. In 2020, excavations uncovered more than 100 sealed wooden coffins in a single shaft, showing that there is so much more and the excavation is just getting started worldwide, all to uncover the previous civilization that is buried below our feet. Thousands of bodies found that we're told, and they aren't even close to being done, where it goes on to say, given the size, it is estimated that tens of thousands of individuals are buried here at this site. The exact number of individuals here at this necropolis is challenging to determine because of the site's complexity and the fact that new discoveries are still being made today.
So basically more bodies than we can count. That's insane, man. But there again, you got to figure what were they probably burying people on top of one another and having it would be a big place. But
Who knows if the numbers are true? But I mean, look at the numbers of the Ukraine and Russia war going on. Like, where are all them people going to?
Exactly. Or just quite frankly, all the people around the world today that die.
Yeah.
Even a liberal percentage of them being cremated. Man, that's still a lot of bodies.
That'd take an awful lot of furnaces too.
Yeah. Well, it was.
I
like
mean,
2.5.
Yeah, the time to
hours.
do it. Yeah.
An average sized person in today's crematorium takes, I think, between 2.5 and 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I forget how many they say they can do on average in a day, and it ain't, comparatively, it ain't very much.
What if some were buried and some of them just died? But I'm thinking about, Vlad, these places that have these bones all arranged around in these decorative patterns and shit. And there's 1,600 miles of that shit underneath of Odessa. So you gotta go, what the hell? Where are these people, man? Who were they?
There is some.
Let's take this time.
What is it?
Oh, it's there's some story I saw not that long ago. I don't know if it was something going around on Reddit, but anyway, these kids took this girl down in one of those catacombs and killed her.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, and they were missing for a while too because they got lost, but eventually they turned up, and I don't know. There's a story. I have to look it up again, but I think that was
Odessa, Russia, Ironworks. No, not Odessa, Texas. However, we do have one of those ossuaries like that underneath of a really old cathedral in New York City. I'm pretty sure, and they sell tickets. You can go down and look at the dead people bones. Now, I thought this was great because Lunch Break brought this up before. He says, think about that. What What if underneath 7-Eleven they had a bunch of human bones all arranged around and shit and sold tickets for you to go see it? You know, what the fuck? You just say, what? But if it's underneath of a cathedral, then that's fine.
Get a free slushy with admission.
Yeah. Get a free Slurpee with admission and a big bite on your third visit. Good God.
From the Pyramid of Giza. So knowing what we know, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think that these bodies extend under all of this sand and possibly go underneath the Pyramid of Giza? I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments. I'll be honest, I think this is just mind-blowing information, and it is the answer to where the previous civilization is. The thousands of bodies at the Necropolis in Egypt were discovered over multiple excavation periods, all starting in the 1800s. Yet again, even in Egypt. Our timeline, over and over and over. The first time that they found these bodies was in the late 1800s to early 1900s. And we know why this is. We have shown the population charts worldwide. Nobody was even here until the late 1800s. It was like a population of 14 people and their pet rock. Until, of course, episode 52 happens, and here we are today, where early excavations revealed numerous tombs. But it wasn't until 2018 that they began to open up to the public that there is more than just tombs. With most recent excavations led to remarkable discoveries, finding the 100 wooden coffins of coffins.
Uh-oh. You froze up, Sav. Have to come back here or something. Probably getting towards the end anyway.
It's his pet rock. I had to laugh at that part. In their pet rock.
Something long pulled the plug.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to have to head off here pretty soon, too.
Yeah, he was probably getting close to the end anyway, but I'm sure he's just on a reboot and come back real quick. But
what's up, Ironwork?
Hey, Iron. Vlad.
See you in there, buddy.
Maria Walker.
For a while.
Schneider. GT.
True Vlad. There he is. Sav will be back. Yeah, he'll be back.
Happens about once a stream.
Yep.
Where are you at, Butter Biscuits? You're not even in the States, are you?
No, I am. I'm
in
yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
I'm up in the hills, man. Wee little town.
Gotcha.
Man, he's gone. How about yourself?
I'm in Illinois, kind of on the west.
You're in Chicago, obviously.
No, not anymore. I'm down southwest. I'm in the Quad Cities. It's like close to the Iowa border, right on the Mississippi River.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm away from Chicago, still in the city a little bit, but slowly climbing. I want to get out to the country. I'm over city life.
Yeah,
I think most people are, but
I live in a real small town of like 249 people.
Yeah, I came from a pretty small town originally, but
everything's an hour drive.
Yeah, that's nice though.
Yeah, well, I guess there's
it can be, and everybody can be in everybody's business in a small town too.
Yeah, a gas station, I guess 20 minutes. That's probably the closest. But outside of that, yeah, it's a lot of driving.
Yeah, with the price of gas these days too. Well, it ain't quite as bad, but still.
No, Pennsylvania is one of the highest tax states.
Yeah, Illinois is too.
$3.49 a gallon right now.
Yeah, that's
actually, it might be more. I haven't filled up for a week or so.
Yeah, Illinois is similar. I always jump over to the Iowa side to get gas because it's about 50 cents to $1 cheaper.
Yeah, if I go right over the line to Maryland, it's about 50 cents cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I go right over
Sorry about that, guys. Internet
That's
went
all
out or something. It's probably something to do with the snow or whatever, or they just don't like my channel. Fuck them. Anyway.
Does the echo go away?
Yeah, well, I had my phone. That's why I was able to
okay.
get in the chat and
Chat.
say I'll be back in a few minutes. I had to get this. I switched over to the other band, so we'll see what happens. It looks like it's working out pretty good. I don't have any little issue sign up here, so we can finish this little thing up here anyway. There we go.
Vast network of tombs from the old world with thousands of bodies now identified and many more yet to be uncovered. We also know that they've found technology, texts, within these multi-layered network of tunnels. It's incredible how far behind we as a population really are from the people that discovered all of this. If I'm being honest, what a clear disadvantage. A group clearly in control of finding and keeping the old world texts, their technology, and blocking it off from all of us, until, of course, they are ready to reveal it, revealing some of it to us in the form of a cell phone, a car, a plane, a train, a computer, cameras, things that have been here before and are slowly being given back to us. All in my opinion, of course, but I do believe there is so much more. And in the early 1800s, it was this group that found all of these structures, this technology. And I do believe that this is why the archaeologists in China that went into that necropolis, this is why they weren't able to speak afterwards. I believe that they would have revealed that there was so much more found. The amount of technology that the old world had would blow our minds today. And as far as the necropolises go, we are just catching up. We are just now finding out what they really are and what is underneath the ground in these locations. But when we get done with them, with these stories that surround these necropolises in every single continent, every country, we are going to rip these pretend stories right in half. I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. I'll be back next Saturday with so much more. See ya.
Oops. Anyway, that's some of the stuff I want to start getting into, and I'm going to incorporate some stuff from around right here where I live. Like our courthouse here in our county, the courthouse down in the next county over. I mean, they're all the same story. Built in sometime in the 1800s, either torn down or burnt, usually burnt down, and then replaced in the early 1900s. But still looks like the old one. I mean, what? You know, come on.
And the story of the people that built them is always interesting too. Supposedly,
well, yeah, listen. This is what gets me is when I start getting into the logistics of something like that. You know, I'm like, okay, so you're using hand tools. What kind of labor do you have? How many skilled masons do you have on site? You know, how many bricks is this going to take? How many blocks would this take? How were they transported here? That's one of the most important aspects of it, the logistics of getting the shit there.
Yeah.
So this means you've got people cutting blocks or making bricks all fucking day long, and like loads and loads of these things going, full wagons in, empty wagons out. And with these big blocks of quartz or limestone or whatever else they use, granite, you know, those aren't light. And you've got a team of horses pulling a block, maybe 2 blocks on a flatbed type cart of some kind. And surely that's making ruts in the dirt, just like we saw in the beginning of this movie, with that little rutted road between the statues. That surely, you know, were those at the top of some buildings that are all underground now? You know, that's what you have to wonder. Like some of these statues, like Easter Island, I always thought it was just those heads and shit. No, they dug down below and there's a whole statue.
Same with the Capitol buildings. Well, I mean, probably all of these buildings, but yeah, he did a series on the Capitol buildings too in Springfield, Illinois.
Yeah,
they just not renovated, but were doing some restoration there, and they dug way down, and you could see somebody was trying to get like pictures of it, and they're all shooing them away and stuff.
That pisses me off. I was downloading one of my streams when that internet thing fucked up, which really pisses me off. Because now I was halfway through it. Now I got to start it all the way over again. I had like half of it.
Maybe that was part of the problem.
I don't know why that would be a problem. It's right from here, right from StreamYard. But either way, we're getting ready to get off of here anyways. It's been a little over 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Ain't wanting to get marathon style here. I'm just going to go in here and relax. Probably have some English muffins with peanut butter and honey and watch a couple videos and then go to bed is what I think I'm going to do tonight.
Right on, man. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. No problem. Yeah, I got up. I only went to work for a couple hours and, shit, we were done by fucking lunchtime. So it wasn't no big deal. Anyway. Or no, that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Mixing your days up, huh?
Yeah, today we didn't go to work. Or when did it start snowing? Today?
You said that earlier. It was snowing, yeah.
Yeah.
It hasn't started.
Yeah, that was today. I worked today. It was only for a couple hours. I got up, was down there at 9 o'clock. It had to set this sink basin cabinet, and the way the pipes were coming up through the floor like fucked it up. We had to cut the back corner leg off of it and then level it out and then fasten that part of the cabinet to the wall. You have to fasten it to the wall anyways, but it just, if you get down and look under it, it looks kind of silly because there's no leg there. You just see the pipes coming up, but I don't know why.
Good thing you guys aren't building a cathedral.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's
anyway.
Another thing. The fact that I've done a lot of construction, and albeit not stonemasonry. I mean, I've worked around people that are laying blocks on top of, where I'm framing where blocks have been laid. I see the process and the logistics and, what it takes to build a certain amount of things. And that's, with even modern tools, and a good crew. And I'm looking at this stuff and the materials they're using and the time period in which I'm told they're doing this. And I'm like, there's no fucking way.
And all the permits they would have had to get. No.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Environmentalists coming in and telling you, so you're going to hurt the snail darters. Oh,
not here.
Oh my God. Yeah. You can't have that. But I mean, I look at these impossible structures like that and I'm like, holy shit. I can remember looking at that wall. Now that whole area right in front of the river and in the town where I lived in was all made of a stone wall.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, basically supposedly the story was those parts of the wall, the early wall, were built by the Romans, and they're like river stones. You know what I'm talking about? Like smooth river stones, but they're like mortised together and everything. And I'm looking at this thing and the sheer size of it, and it goes down for a long, long way, man. And I'm like, holy shit, how long did it take them to build this wall? How many guys worked on this?
Yeah.
They had to have people out there gathering up rocks, people selecting rocks and putting them in the right places. Everybody making everything sure that the thing is plumb, so it doesn't fall in on you. I mean, Christ Almighty,
Well, yeah, and that's the thing of it too. Is like not a lot of people most people just pass right by it if you have never worked on anything.
Well, here's the story. Ironworks, he says that there's stone walls everywhere here in Virginia. Yes, there are. And a lot of that is from where they would clear the land to be able to plant for farmland, which means you got to go through there and you got to pull out any stones and things like that. And they would get them from the river. It makes for great, and they would use what they pulled out of the fields to be able to build things with. A lot of times they'd use it for a barrier between borders or between fields, that kind of thing. Because you'd be running along and you've got an ox pulling a plow and you hit a rock, it's going to be a bad day. Because now you got the expense of having to get your plow fixed because it'll probably snap. and your downtime, because now you can't plow till your plow's fixed. So yeah, you wanted to make sure you had all that shit out of there.
And then getting the food and water for your all your horses and everything else too, you know.
Oh my God!
I
Yeah.
mean, they're gonna need supplies.
But there's old world ruins all over Virginia, all over the place. And I see evidence of that in town, in Luray, and some of the older stuff. Now there's a place they call the Ruffner House. It's a bed and breakfast now, but it's supposedly the first settlers here in Luray, and it's their cabin, which is a hewn log cabin, pretty well built, really nice, and it dates back to pre-revolution, like to the 1740s or some shit like that. And that looks like something you'd expect from the time period. But some of these other buildings, man, I'm like, no, And then they've also got, you know, like the half buried windows and then a quarter buried window. And it's
That's like the dead giveaway for a lot of them if you're going around looking at it.
Yeah. Well, they're doing some work on one. I should get down there. Last time I was in Luray, they were doing some work on one of these old places that's right there on the main street. And they've got the facade off of the side. And underneath are the hewn log structure underneath of it that they put a facade over top of. And it's like, whoa, that goes back a ways. But, you know, it's so hilly. It's so hilly here. I mean, it's like you can't. I mean, what do? Do you level it out, or do you just build to conform with the landscape?
Yeah.
You know, and try to keep it level and build your piering. You know, like if it's on like a hill, you've got this part touching the hill, and down here you're just kind of following it down, building a foundation along your piers and keeping it level up here. See?
Yeah.
That would probably be easier than having to dig all that out, especially around here. I mean, where I live, one of the reasons the majority of the houses don't have basements is because of how rocky it is underneath the dirt. You go down a certain amount, you're going to start hitting some limestone and rocks and shit all over the place. And you might bust in through a cave. You never know. But my house luckily has a basement.
Yeah, my sister lives out in Virginia Beach. She works at the Naval Yard out there, so I've been out that way. It's been a while since I've been up towards your way, but that's a whole nother country on that side. I know.
Of the state. It really is.
You got that tunnel over there that was the Hampton Bridge. That's interesting.
What's this he's got? Oh, where did you take these, Ironworks? Where did you take these pictures at? I'm going to bring them up here. He just sent them to me on my phone. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, they're coming in. There they are. Now let me see. I'm gonna bring that up, and I can do what? Download it. Save as. Yes, I will do it that way. And then I will do the second one. Well, they're all the same. Oh, those are some of the old lampposts right there, too. That's interesting. But let me bring up this photograph that he just sent me. All right. Well, hell, I made it big, and then when I went to move it to the other screen, it shrunk down again. Dumbass thing. Hates that. Let me see. I have to go here to present. I can go stop screen, share screen, and do this. Now, where's that at, Ironworks? Vlad, where's that at? Right. What do you say? Right. Oh, in Winchester. Okay, man, you're only like about 35 to 40 minutes north of me in Winchester, bro. That's what I thought. And that's the Handley Library. The Handley Library.
Yeah, there's library. They don't have the dome, but we got a few libraries around here. They got the columns and everything.
Copper Patina. I knew somebody that lived not far from this location right there, in one of those old houses. It was made up into apartments. Pretty nice. But yeah, you're just south of Winchester. That makes you even closer, dude. You're what, between we're at Strasbourg. probably around Strasbourg, maybe Steven City. No, that's the other way. Yeah, Strasbourg, probably. Yeah, man. You know what we ought to do, Ironworks? When the weather gets good, we ought to go take a trip down there to Richmond and check out some of that shit, man. That would be pretty boss. But anyway, yeah, that's in Winchester. Winchester's a really old town. Front Royal is too. If you ever been down through Front Royal, Vlad, that goes pre-revolution. Yeah, okay, that'd be cool as shit. Stop by and see my buddy Mitch too. Lives down there in Richmond. Hollywood Cemetery. That's pretty interesting place too. But yeah, there's some. It's in Richmond's got its mix of old world buildings and like modern shit too. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Let's see. This says the old courthouses used to have a fallout shelters. Yeah, I want to try eating a boiled acorn patty burger. Well, let us know how that works out for you. Yeah, Front Royal. And over here there's in Harrisonburg, Bird is a big name here in Virginia. It was kind of an elite name. And there's over in Harrisonburg, we even have Evelyn Bird Avenue. So yeah, there's a lot of reference. I almost forgot about that. We have several presidents from Virginia as well. One of which I wish was not from here, but that's Woodrow Wilson. He was from Stanton, Virginia. It's spelled like Staunton, and that's how we can always tell Yankees. They always call it Staunton. It's Stanton. That's another interesting old world city too. They've got this really old cathedral there, and when my brother-in-law was getting married, we went down there for the rehearsal dinner, and I went out and took a walk. And I went to this old church, and I was up there in the churchyard looking around at the graves and shit. And there was one from this guy. He was like 72 years old when he made the voyage over here in 1750 something. And then he ended up living till he was like 92. And he's buried there in that cemetery. I was like, well, shit, not everybody died when they were 30 and everything. And if you look at the death and date ranges you see, from old cemeteries and new cemeteries, it's the same. You know, the newer graves as opposed to the older graves, it's the same now as it was then. You know, it wasn't this myth that everybody died when they were 30 and shit like that. And no, that's not how it was. Oh yeah, I was just getting ready to see. Front Royal in Winchester was on that. What is that, Vlad? That's a. Oh, okay, Admiral Byrd. Okay, yeah. A lot of famous people from Virginia. Patsy Cline. She's from she's not from Winchester, actually. Her husband was from Winchester. She moved to Winchester when she got married. She was Patsy Hensley, and she was from about 20 miles from here. Little town just outside the county line called Elkton. And the guy I've been working for, he's also the mayor. Anyway, the guy I've been working for, his mom, was it his mom or his grandmother? No, it was his grandmother. Fixed Patsy Cline's pants, had ripped just before she was supposed to go and perform right here at the Stanley High School. And she repaired Patsy Cline's pants so she could go on stage. That's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah. Somebody else that's from here too. I'm trying to think. I don't rightly remember. My brain's about half fried. I've been up since 8 o'clock this morning. Oh, I hate getting up.
Kind of reaching burnout too.
Yeah. What is this? This is now good old Wednesday.
4.
I have to keep in mind that now, because of the snow, all our shit is one day ahead. So like trash doesn't go out tomorrow night. It goes out Thursday night instead of Wednesday night. All right. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. Be sure and like, share, subscribe. We're going to get more into these this mystery of where did these bodies come from. I want to know. The story doesn't jive up that they dug them up out of a cemetery to make room for more people to be buried. That story just doesn't fly, man. Oh my God, yeah, he's got a picture in Connecticut. Yeah, New England's known for having quite a bit of these old world buildings. Boston, all the way on up. You get into Maine and you start running into some pretty freaky structures, kind of the same as you do when you get up into Michigan. Michigan's got there's some really interesting old world structures, like in Pontiac, downtown Detroit. You got to know where to look and you got to know where not to go. I don't know if they've cleaned the place up or not, but I'll tell you what, it was like going to Detroit was like taking your fucking life in your hands when I lived up there. I mean, it was like nobody wanted to go there, man. Well, certain areas, you know, but they did have some cool shit down there. We used to set up parties and our band would play. We'd rent that same place where Eminem would perform at. He did that later than we did, but it's downtown. You can rent that place out, and we'd go rent it, and then we'd have our band play, and we'd have a party that was bring your own beer, but there was a cover charge. And so people would be there partying, listening to the music and shit, and everybody having a good time, and we'd make enough to pay for the hall and make money off of it too. So
throw up your mom's spaghetti.
No, I never done that. Never done that. No, I got pretty fucked up in there though, boy. I'll tell you what, Jesus. I can't believe the amount of, that's a wonder I'm still alive, as bad as I was at times, man. I was just like, shit.
I had some fun times.
Well, I have to look back. Was it really fun? Times are really
memorable, I guess. Memorable times.
That was what our concept of a good time. You were supposed to, man, I have a good time. What'd you do? I don't fucking remember. That's how good it was, It was like you wake up and look out to see that first you wake up and make sure you're in your own house. You're like looking around. Okay, yeah, I'm in the right place. What happened? How did I get here?
To close wallet and watch.
Yeah, and then you look out the fucking window to make sure your car's out there. It's like, how did I get here? I don't remember driving home last night. I've had, I'm not bragging about that. I'm just saying I can remember sometimes driving home would happen to close one eye so that I didn't see double. That's fucking bad, and still I was like, I'm okay. Right. Okay. Sure enough. Anyway. So yeah, we'll cover into this, and like I said, I think here toward the weekend, I want my people from oh my God, look at this. What's he got? Oh man, I'm gonna have to go through put these in my little collection. These are all down from Connecticut. Yeah, wow, those are really cool, dude. But I am gonna sign out of here tonight. Be sure and like and share, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. If you like the stuff we do here and you feel like you'd like to donate, be sure to, I have a Cash App and PayPal listed in the description. It's on my channel. Email and everything. I forgot to run the banner tonight. I usually run that so I don't have to make these announcements. And I think that's about it, man. I'm pretty tired. Anybody got it want to say?
Nah, man.
No, just thanks for having me again. Have a good night.
Right on, man. Anytime. All right, guys. Well, like we like to say on here, and don't forget, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor. Get rid of him. And if you heard the shot, it wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody. Oh, wait. I remember. Yeah, like this weekend, right? So that some of my people across the pond won't have to be up as late and everything like that. think what I'll do is I'm going to do Passion of the Christ, and I'll set up a time here sometime this weekend. We'll start out on here. I'll maybe show some select scenes from it, get people's appetite kind of wet for it. And then we'll switch on over to the Rumble side, and we'll just go ahead and watch that. And I think it has a profound effect. When it first came out, I just wonder if that effect is still there. And, I know there's some people go, I'm not into the religion thing. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what, it's an interesting story. Even if you're not religious, it is. And it's a really good movie. So I don't know, man. Give it a shot. And I think you guys will like it. We're going to try to come back tomorrow or the next night, most likely tomorrow night. And we're going to get into more about where in the hell are they finding the manpower and everything to be able to build this crap, and why they got all these bones buried underneath. So I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. So anyway, until then, good night, everybody. Enjoy. Peace out, and thanks for coming. See you next time.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me, when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and just wanted to check in and make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me, because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names like, you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in